Right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our keynote address 3 of IEEE AFRICON 2021. We have a full program for this session, and we have excellent talks by very we distinguish our distinguished speakers. So our first keynote will come from Dr. Thandeka Ellenson, CEO of Moses Kotane Institute in South Africa. Dr. Thandeka Ellenson is responsible for the implementation of the provincial research and innovation mandate and activities, and she has led the reform of the Institute to Research and Innovation, the development of the KwaZulu-Natal digital transformation strategy, the establishment of the digital centers, and more. She's currently pioneering the digital skilling establishment of the SMMEs and the youth in the province, and she's experienced in many aspects of business administration, having worked in both public and private sectors over the past 24 years. She's also the member of the ICT Steering Committee in KZN, and before being appointed as the CEO, she was the CFO of the Institute, overseeing IT function and driving governance and systems integration. In the US, and her MBA from the Anglo-Ruskin University, UK, and BCom honors from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, amongst other qualifications. And she is very passionate about digital transformation and innovation. So I would like to welcome Dr. Thandeka and thank her for her time. And we look forward for her talk.
Thank you so much. Greetings to the chairperson of the conference, greetings to the host, greetings to the attendees and fellow keynote speakers. Thank you very much. I'm sharing my presentation. I don't know if you can see it at this point.
It's not shared at the moment. Oh, yes, it's coming now.
Okay, all right. So you can see it fully now.
It's not on full screen yet. Now it's on full screen. Great. Thank you.
All right. Okay, great. Thank you so much. So today's talk is going to be about Africa's readiness and prospects of inclusive digital economy and society. But today we're going to zoom into the sub-Saharan Africa, and that's our area of interest for today. So the purpose of the presentation is to provide recommendations, or actually propose recommendations for the 2021 conference, so that we can take forward as the continent or as sub-Saharan Africa and see if we can be able to implement them. So the question is, what is digital economy and what is involved? The digital economy, of course, involves computing technologies, but we also know that in our space of digital economy, we have people, we have businesses, we have processes, devices, and data. And that's generally the space where digital economy happens, or those are the areas that are affected when you talk about digital economy. The map that I'm showing in front of you is showing sub-Saharan Africa. Right from the bottom, you're starting with South Africa, which is the country where I'm located at this point in time. Going towards the east, you'll see the red islandish country there, which is Madagascar, going up to Tanzania, Kenya, Ethiopia, right up to Eritrea. Going towards west, you see Chad, Niger, Mali, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire. Going in the west, you see Nigeria, Cameroon, Congo, Angola, and Namibia. And I'm just mentioning these for a person who may not necessarily be looking at the screen at this point in time, but who is listening to me so that they can see the areas that we are covering. Also in the middle, we have Central African Republic, we have Rwanda, Uganda, DRC, Burundi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and so many other countries. So it's very important. Now let's look at the statistics in terms of the demographics. The population of the sub-Saharan Africa, you're looking at 1.14 billion inhabitants, and this is according to World Bank. And then when you look at the GDP in terms of the sub-Saharan Africa, you're looking at 1.6 billion. And this has been on the decline since 2019, or between 2019 and 2020. And we can make assumptions and attribute this to COVID-19. But we also have issues in sub-Saharan Africa, such as unemployment rate, where the unemployment rate in the entire sub-Saharan Africa is at 6.63%, and this is also on the increase. But obviously, if you zoom into each and every country in sub-Saharan Africa, you're looking at much more bigger than this. You know, the global figure may seem to be downplaying the rate of the unemployment. For an example, in South Africa, you're looking at, for an example, over 40% of unemployment in terms of the youth. When we look at the poverty statistics, we have issues in Africa because there are so many countries in Africa that are poor. But when you look at 42 African countries that are currently in poverty, 16 in the world, 16 of those countries are actually in Africa. And there are 28 poorest countries in the world, and 27 of those countries are in the sub-Saharan Africa, and that is sad. You're looking at each poorest country having a poverty rate of about, say, over 30%. And half of the sub-Saharan Africa's poverty is actually higher than 35%. And these statistics are not good at all. So it is an issue. Poverty is an issue in the sub-Saharan Africa. But now we're talking poverty on one hand. On the other hand, we are expected to talk digital economy. If we talk about digital economy, there are preconditions that have to be met in order for us to say we are ready for digital economy. One is improved connectivity. We need to talk about functioning markets. We need to talk about optimized consumer welfare. We need to redress the poor education outcomes in Africa. We have to have effective regulations that cover a digital economy, and we have to have proper and appropriate digital skilling to get our people functioning well in the digital economy. So there are barriers in the digital economy in Africa in general, and this is according to McKinsey in 2019, where they say the barriers to digital economy includes the cost of connectivity, the cost of infrastructure, the social norms are an issue. Most people are still not used to operating in the space of digital economy in South Africa. You still have issues in terms of the network coverage. You have issues in terms of the security, even going further to cover the cyber security. We have issues in terms of the trust, because how do you know that the money that you are paying digitally is going to get there? You know, we still have those people that are skeptical. There's an issue of technical literacy. Are we able to even operate our devices? So those are the barriers to operating in this space. But then we have challenges as well in the sub-Saharan Africa, and the challenges include the fact that there are slow reforms in terms of digitization policies in the sub-Saharan Africa. There seems to be an inadequate direction of where we want to be in terms of competition globally in the digital space. We know where China is, or the Asian countries are. We know where the West is, but sub-Saharan Africa still needs to define and fine-tune itself as to what is going to be its competitive advantage globally in the space of digital economy. So, and we need to be catching up, this point in time, and others have started talking about 5IR, but the issue is that we have not met some of the conditions of the fourth industrial revolutions in the first place. Not only that, we are talking fourth industrial revolution but there are countries in the sub-Saharan Africa who have not even benefited from the first 3 industrial revolutions. We are finding ourselves in the situation where we have to layer our technology on the structural inequalities in Africa, and that is an issue that is facing us currently. So what is happening currently in sub-Saharan Africa? We are seeing some countries developing policies. Some are still developing policies, and some have already developed the policies. We are seeing funds being directed towards research that is related to artificial intelligence, robotics, machine learning, drones, blockchain, and so on. And this is according to the World Economic Forum. But if you look at the digital economy in Africa per se, you're seeing that in many sub-Saharan Africans, we still need the digital tools in order for us to operate. We're still trying to even manage the COVID-19 pandemic, but we are seeing more sub-Saharan Africa adopting the technology, in order to manage the pandemic. Countries such as Rwanda, for an example, have adopted the anti-epidemic robots for monitoring the pandemic. They are delivering food. You see medication. I am suspecting they're using drones. I would like to go to Rwanda one day. You're seeing countries like Nigeria who have adopted the free e-consultation tools, such as the self-assessment kits. You're seeing the issues all around Africa. Everyone is trying to catch up, and trying to manage the situation. But the issue is affordability, because in order for us to adopt digital technologies, we need to be able to have certain preconditions or conditions that we meet, and affordability remains an impediment in our adoption of digital technologies. Why? Because the cost of accessing digital technologies remain relatively high in Africa compared to other countries. I mean, because we know that our currency, if you look at our currencies, if you look at the country, other regions, is actually trying to catch up, with the world. So there are gaps in the region. There are gaps in the sub-Saharan Africa when you compare it to the rest of the world in terms of even the access to the internet and connectivity. Let me show you what is happening in terms of the share of internet access in Africa. So what you see in front of you is a list of countries, and it's telling you, this table is telling you the percentage share of internet access in Africa. Now, I've included all the countries. I have not just pulled or extrapolated the sub-Saharans, just so that you can have a picture as to what is happening. So we see at the top of the list, Kenya and Libya, they have just above 80% in terms of internet access share percentage. When you look at 70% and above, you're looking at the countries such as Mauritius and Nigeria. 60% and above, you're looking at countries like Morocco, Tunisia, Reunion, Cabo Verde, and Gabon. Just above 50% in terms of internet access share, you're looking at Mali, South Africa, Swaziland, Senegal, Djibouti, Zimbabwe, Egypt, Zambia, and Namibia. 40% and above, you're looking at Botswana, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and Rwanda. Above 30%, you're looking at Uganda, Mayotte, St. Helena, Tanzania, Lesotho, and Benin. And just above 20%, you're looking at Sudan, Cameroon, Sao Tome and Principe, Angola, Equatorial Guinea, Comoros, Burkina Faso, Mauritania, and Mozambique. And then you have the lowest, going down now, you're starting to see that these countries, from number 7 to 8 to 10 are really struggling. You're looking at, when we talk 15% of the percentage share of internet, you're looking at now Gambia, Guinea, Ethiopia, and Congo, DRC. 10% and above, you're looking at Liberia, Congo, Malawi, Niger, Chad, Burundi. You're looking at Sierra Leone, Somalia, Guinea-Bissau, Togo, Central African Republic, and Madagascar. And sadly, there are countries that are even still under 10% in terms of share percentage, and you're looking at South Sudan, Eritrea, and Western Sahara. So those are the issues. In terms of the research or the findings from the research from Research ICT Africa, where they surveyed 10 countries, we find that there are many countries who are struggling, talking Rwanda and Mozambique, in terms of internet access. There are still issues there. South Africa, for an example, has more than half of its people, having access to the devices, but now the internet itself and the connectivity is an issue. Talking about Ghana and Kenya and Nigeria as well. So there is poor adoption in Africa and sub-Saharan Africa, and that is due to lack of coverage in terms of internet. So these are the issues that we're faced with in sub-Saharan Africa. When we look at the mobile network coverage in sub-Saharan Africa, it's good. We see that actually the coverage in terms of sub-Saharan Africa, according to ITU, we are at, sorry, let me go back, just above 88.4% as an estimation in terms of the mobile cellulars. But also we know that 77% of the population is now able to reach connectivity using 3G signal, as well as 44.3% using LTE mobile broadband. The individual internet access in sub-Saharan Africa, you're looking at about 24 to 28% connectivity on the internet. This is now the individuals. However, there is a significant gap because there's a divide, digital divide, when you look at the rural versus the urban areas. In 2019, the ITU is telling us that there was disparity in terms of the access by women, where women are at 20% of women are accessing internet versus 37% of men in the sub-Saharan Africa. There is a disparity in many households as well, where 6.3% of the households are able to access internet compared to the 28% of the urban households. So there is an issue there in terms of that. In the African region, 14.3% access to internet. I think we have covered that. But now let's look at Africa compared to the world itself. This is, again, the statistics that is coming from ITU. When you look at Africa, internet access at home is at 14.3%. But when you look at the world, the access is at 57.4%. When you look at individuals using internet in Africa, you have 28.6% compared to the individuals in the world that are sitting at 51.4%. But there is also a gender disparity, as I mentioned, between men and women, both in Africa and the world, where you still find that women are the lowest accessors of internet. The bar graph that I'm showing you currently is showing you the connectivity status in sub-Saharan Africa. So we know that mobile technology has evolved rapidly, but again, I'm emphasizing on the point that there is limited access because globally we have about 3.8 mobile internet subscribers versus the 4.77 million people in sub-Saharan Africa. Of course, this is due to the population. However, the adoption has not been equitable, even if you percentagize this in the sub-Saharan Africa, because you are looking at 26% in sub-Saharan Africa. But the predictions are that this is going to grow in about 4 years, which is 2025. The bar graph is showing you sub-Saharan Africa, which is the third bar on the map that I've just shown you. There is also an issue of the ability to switch to telework. And why am I raising this? Because if we're talking digital economy, we're talking job creation as well. You know, we're talking SMMEs. This is small and medium enterprises, globally known. And there is an issue that, you know, if you're gonna work in such a manner, meaning that you're working remotely, you need to have the ability at least to switch to telework in most countries. Sub-Saharan Africa is approximately 70% ready to switch to teleworks compared to other regions, if you look at the bar graph that I'm showing you, but 70% is the lowest when you're comparing it to the other regions. For an example, if you look at the bar graph on the left-hand side, which I'm showing you, Europe looks like it's just above 95%. The Mecca, which is the Middle East and Central Asia, it looks like it's just above 80% or around 80%. Western Hemisphere looks like it's above, it's around 85% and so on. The Asia and the Pacific also looks like it's around 75%. And then when you look at Sub-Saharan Africa, it looks like it's about 70%. So the telework allows people to switch and work remotely or away from the normal workstations or the normal business sets. But there are basic requirements, again, in order for us to do that. Firstly, we need devices. Firstly, we need to be connected. And these devices need to have certain facilities, such as the chat apps, the web conferencing facilities, as we are doing today. You need a mobile telephone, you need to be able to share your screen. So you need the share screen apps, just like I'm sharing my presentation today, and you need cloud-based solutions. So you can see again that Sub-Saharan Africa is a little bit lower compared to other regions. The digitization is good for economic growth, and we know that new technologies have played a significant role in Sub-Saharan Africa. We know that we need to promote economic activities, which will include communications or accessibility to communications. However, the issue that we have in Sub-Saharan Africa, again, I emphasize, is poor infrastructure. So the majority of citizens are not doing well in Sub-Saharan Africa, and they tend to be excluded from the financial activities. This, for an example, include mobile banking, and the exclusion is as a result of not having access to the devices, or even if they have devices, but they are not connected. Often you'll find your aunt or in Ghana saying, I have the device, but I do not have the airtime or data. Or in perhaps in Malawi, your granny will be saying, you have sent a device, but now they need to be connected as well in order to be able to use the device. So they need to be able to use the mobile apps in order to do their banking. And that is an issue in the Sub-Saharan Africa, that in order for us to say, let's digitize, we need access to these things. And by not having access to these things, it means that the digital economy is affected negatively, and it means we are not being inclusive in terms of the digital economy, because we are some of our citizens and some of our members of the society are not able to operate on e-commerce platforms. And that means loss of revenue for small and medium enterprises. So, and we have the list developing countries also facing premature deindustrialization because of this. We have broadband internet, which is quite lower when you compare it to mobile technology. So these are the issues. Again, there are drivers for digital economy. So I mentioned earlier that we need to meet, certain conditions in order for us to say we are participating fully in the digital economy space. But then let's look at the drivers for digital economy. One, you need connectivity. You absolutely cannot move without you being connected. You need access. That's where Internet of Things requires you to be connected. You need devices. And the devices, we need mobile technology, for an example. You need to be able to operate anywhere at your leisure, at your own time, countering the digital, the different time zones of other countries in the globe and so on, in order for you to say you are participating in the digital economy space. So these are the drivers that I'm showing you, which we know, but I'm already just emphasizing. Sub-Saharan Africa still needs to increase the internet usage. When you look at Africa, you're at 22% compared to Europe, which is at 80%. And again, we have an issue there, but African Union is saying that by 2030, all individuals, businesses, and government must be connected. And that's the goal for African Union. So the basic need, again, is connectivity. Basic need is connectivity, following the other basic need, which is food in Africa. Why connectivity? Because in order for us to be able to operate this, we need to be connected. In order for us to improve economic growth, we need to be connected. Education, health, and informal trading needs connectivity in order to thrive. We need to make trading easier. We need to bank the unbanked citizens. Even the unbanked citizens need to be connected. We need to be able to buy and sell amongst different groups, the youth, women, people with disabilities, and vulnerable groups. And all these people in our region need to prosper on the basis of them being connected. So there are many prospects in as far as digital economy in sub-Saharan Africa. And we need to be thinking of that. I'm not going to repeat what I've said already, but the question is sub-Saharan Africa ready for a digitally inclusive economy for society? And my answer to that is partly yes, partly yes. However, we have a lot of work to do. We need to push that sub-Saharan Africa meets those basic requirements in order to operate in the digital economy space. We need to promote the work and expand the work that we have already done or already started. We need to radically transform our space in order to create our own competitive advantage as sub-Saharan Africa in order to operate in the global economy. And then I have recommendations. Remember, I said the purpose of this presentation is to provide recommendations, which we can all take and maybe expand or work on as our countries. But we already know these recommendations. It's just for us as academics and as business, as researchers, to go and say to our government, these are the resolutions for the AFRICON 2021. The first resolution is we need to invest in the policy framework. We need to foster the digitally friendly business and regulatory environment so that we can be able to operate. We need to invest in both traditional friendly infrastructure and so on. And this includes having reliable electricity. I'm saying electricity, but it's not just electricity, the energy sources, so that people can be able to use this. We need to invest in low cost but high quality internet access for our society in order for us to say we are inclusive. We need to set aside, and this is the statement that I'm saying now is a bit controversial. Governments need to set aside connectivity grants. Why don't we set aside money to generally connect the poor in our continent, in the sub-Saharan Africa. The government can afford this. I mean, government has a lot of money. There's a lot of money in the sub-Saharan Africa that is going to other things, you know, which I would not mention here, but other things which as citizens we feel are not necessarily the priorities or are not good courses in terms of where we want to be in the global space. So why don't we take that money and give grants to people and let them collect them? Give a person 1 gig, you know, a month at least, as a grant, so that the informal economy traders are able to access connectivity, so that we can track our SMMEs, so that we can empower our small and medium enterprises, and so that we can be inclusive. Let's promote grassroots innovation in sub-Saharan Africa, because that is also critical. And that will drive us to promoting and encouraging African manufactured products. I mean, if the whole world is able to come to Africa and take our minerals and use them, why can't the whole world then start using our African sub-Saharan manufactured products and use those so that our economy can thrive? We need to invest in risk management frameworks where we can address the issues of cyber threats, cyber security threats, for an example, and we need to invest in the digital skilling. Let us skill our people. Some people are skilled. There are so many countries in Africa where you have educated and skilled people, but we need to reskill our people so that they can now take their businesses online. They can now be able to advertise. They can now be able to digitally market their products. And that is digital economy, and that is being inclusive in the sub-Saharan Africa. So thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, host. I will end for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation. It has been very interesting to me, and I hope you know, everybody here enjoyed it as much as I did. So I would like to ask for you know, the attendees if they have any questions to type it in the live Q&A. And in the meantime, I can go ahead and ask a few questions, couple of questions. I mean, you presented many of the challenges actually in a nutshell. It seems that there is a large gap in the sub-Saharan countries in terms of the connectivity, which is a step one, let's say, of deploying this digital economy, digital change in the lives there. So the question is, what do you think, how would you prioritize these challenges of the digital transformation, especially to sort of, let's say, meet the gap between the different sub-Saharan countries? Because there is a huge gap as far as I can see. And just clarification, the percentage you showed earlier are based on the coverage area, not the population, is it? Or is it the population?
Some stats are showing the population and some are showing the coverage. So the different stats, yes.
Eritrea, for example, was, I think, 10%. It was based on the population?
Yeah, it's based on the population of the sub-Saharan Africa, not the Africa, but sub-Saharan.
Yeah, obviously, yes, I understand that. So how would you prioritize the challenges, let's say, and what do you think would be the first right step in the right direction?
The first right step is to get all the governments of each of these countries to say, right, we need to be participating in the digital economy space, right? So what is it that will be an enabler for us to get there? One is connectivity. A priority is connectivity. Each and every country needs to be connected. So the right step is to make that parliamentary resolution to say, let's put X percentage of our budget towards infrastructure so that we can connect our people. That's the first priority. Anything else can come later, but connectivity is the first step.
Well, usually you'll hear governments say that we don't have money, or they don't have money for this, they say, obviously, because
there's lots of money in government. There's lots of money in government. We just need to be smart as sub-Saharan African countries to reallocate monies. We know the basic needs. We know that people are in poverty, so they need to eat. We know that people need shelter, but we also know that the new basic need is connectivity. If you look at Maslow's hierarchy, it will talk about basic need, and the whole world knows now that the new added basic need is connectivity. So there's lots of money in government.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that because you have to deal with politicians, and politicians try to prioritize based on other qualities, let's say, not practically, but politically. So what I'm saying is that, I mean, one of the arguments that we can make in all countries around the globe is that every, digital economy, digital transformation can have a huge impact on the GDP of the country. So a small investment now can bring a lot of money to the government to spend more money on whatever they want to spend it for. So yes, I mean, the excuse that we don't have money is not really an excuse. It's a short-term expense, but for the long term, the better for the country itself. And what I would like to add to what you have said, which is very useful, is that, and very interesting, is that, yes, I mean, some of these statistics you showed are, let's say, worrying. They're not, they're a big issue for these countries, but for us engineers, it's a big challenge, which is good. And for investors, a big opportunity. So think it positively that, countries that they have low connectivity is a big opportunities for big providers, operators, companies to come and test new technology and make the most of these countries. So it's very important for these companies to understand the potential of these countries. And so yeah, it's not necessarily a bad thing. So it's a lot of things, they have a lot to experiment. So another question is, what about education? I'm also involved in education, and I've seen we try to sort of bring the fourth industrial revolution in our classes and in the mindset of the new generation of scientists and engineers. I know that some of these sub-Saharan countries might not have the digital digital infrastructure at the moment, but you can start preparing these people, these students, these future engineers towards that direction. So what is your opinion on that?
My take on that is that each and every country, after the policy of saying this is where we want to be in terms of the digital economy, the first point is that have your digital transformation strategy. I've already said the first pillar of the digital transformation strategy is connectivity, but the second pillar of the digital transformation strategy is digital skilling. And digital skilling should not just start at a tertiary level, should not just start when someone finishes high school and they're going to university or they're going to a college. It should start right at the bottom when the child is 3 years old, because otherwise you will struggle to bridge the gap, once they grow and they have not been educated. So basically, what I'm saying is that we need not just an economic reform, not just a digital reform, but we need an educational reform as well, because the educational policies must start addressing, in other words, I'm saying from cradle to grave, the digital policies must be addressed and must incorporate education, must incorporate health, must incorporate social security, and many other things. So it's an overarching. So from cradle to grave, you need to reform your education, you need to reform your health, and so on. Thank
you very much. I have a question here, which I think I've missed from from the audience. So it says, thank you, Dr. Ellenson, for this wonderful keynote address. Do you propose that Africa should first catch up with the lost 3 revolution before joining the 4 industrial revolution bandwagon, or we should rather leapfrog it and get ready for the 5th industrial revolution?
That is a very interesting question, and the answer is no. Let us forget about the first 3 industrial revolutions. You know, they will come as a way of you parachuting into the 4th and 5th industrial revolution. Already, I'm saying that because you still need your manufacturing in Africa. You still need, you know, other industries in Africa, which were taken care of by the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd industrial revolution. But I am saying, in the space as we are today, we just need to shoot into the 4th and 5th industrial revolution and let the rest come later. We will be automatically addressing the other areas as well once we are here. There's no point in going back.
Thank you so much. Excellent presentation, excellent answers, and thank you again for this great talk. Okay, so we can unless we don't have any other questions. I can see Joyce, she's here. Do you have a question, or yeah, we cannot hear you. I think your microphone is muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can still not hear you. Well, this is yeah, this is how you experience the virtual presentations and virtual platforms, and hopefully next time we will be able to see you live and be able to chat one-to-one, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, we won't keep you any longer. I think we can move on to the next talk.
Thank you very much. I will be exiting and listening to the next talk, but thank you for the opportunity, and big ups to Africa and sub-Saharan Africa. Let's digitize this economy. Thank you. Bye.
That's great. Thank you so much. Yes. Okay, great. So our next keynote is coming from Mr. Richard Makungwa, and the title of the talk is well, Mr. Makungwa is CEO of Mwalimu Commercial Bank PLC in Tanzania, and he holds an MBA and a Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of Dar es Salaam and a Bachelor of Law degree from Tumaini University Dar es Salaam College. Mr. Makungwa is a seasoned banker leader with over 20 years of exposure to challenging and multicultural business environments. He currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer of Mwalimu Commercial Bank PLC since May 2019. And he had previously worked for NMB PLC, CRDB PLC, Citibank, NBC Ltd, and Infosys IPS Limited, where he held various senior positions and amassed a wealth of experience. He has a proven track record of performance and a strong business eye on leadership, credit, risk management, resource management, operations, and strategy. And I would like to welcome him to our session. I believe that I have his presentation here as well, recorded, which I'm going to play. But I think Mr. Makungwa is trying to connect with his audio and say something. Hello. No? Okay. All right. So I will share my screen, and so you can actually see the presentation.
Uh, Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard Makungwa. I'm the CEO of Mwalimu Commercial Bank, PLC in Tanzania. I'm very much honored and fully appreciate being one of keynote speaker to this IEEE 2021 AFRICON conference. And I will be covering the topic of the role of disruptive digital banking technologies in supporting fourth industrial revolution in Africa. So I have prepared some few slides of which I would like to share with you. To start with, I would like maybe for the purpose of indicating what we'll be covering in this in my presentation. I will start with the introduction on the fourth industrial revolution. And then I will look at disruptive technologies. We'll also touch on catalyst. You may know, you may be very much aware of the COVID. I look at that as a catalyst to disruptive technology or enhancing disruptive technologies. We look at the positive effects of the industrial revolution before looking at the destructive digital banking technologies in supporting the fourth industrial revolution in Africa. We'll look at the challenges and opportunities, and as usual, we'll share some sources of the material. Now, maybe briefly, the fourth industrial revolution. We all may be aware, we might have come to knowledge of this revolution, but looking at it from the first industrial revolution, steam-based machines, second revolution, electrical energy based for mass production, and then you go to the third, the computer, internet-based knowledge. And then I would be looking at fourth industrial revolution is culmination of all the three phases of industrial revolution. And this, where you now talk about artificial intelligence, big data, cloud computing. So it encompasses all that was from the first industrial revolution. Now this move, this drive is expected to be so massive in this phase that nobody knows the actual impact of where will this take us. Now, if you look at where we are now, you take note of the scale and the complexity. You would be asking yourself whether this fourth industrial revolution, is it the apex of all these revolutions? The sheer scale and the complexity clearly shows you that nobody can with the certainty tell where will this take us. But we all take note that this is going to fundamentally change the way we interact, the way we live, the way we do business. And on the other side, I look at disruptive technologies as one that displaces established technology, shaking up the industry, groundbreaking, coming up with the probably typical new products or a manner in which these products and services are being offered. Looking at the examples of the disruptive technologies, you look at the personal computer that replaced typewriters and changed the way we work, the way we communicate. The email changed the way we communicate. No letter writing, we all used to formal letter writing, but now emails are being used as official communication, both in a public, in private, in banking, where banking used to have all written instructions sent to the bank, time-stamped, but now you have email communication that are taken as fully instructions by the customer. You look at the cell phone, how has cell phone really transformed the way we live, the way we communicate? I mean, letter writing almost dead. Now we are all on. Now the cell phones have virtually become part of our address code. I think when you wake up in the morning and the first thing you start looking for is where is your telephone. You look at what is happening now, the social networking that also has impacted the way we live, the way we communicate, the way we do our work. Now, the effects of these disruptive technologies, well, there is a rapid advance, first of all, with a fast-moving world towards revolution, technological revolution, and the sheer speed, the scale, the scope, the complexity of these advancements underscores the way we interact, be it at home, be it at work, be it where we travel. All this has an impact in our life. So at the end of the day, there is an unknown magnitude of the impact of technology revolution. Where will this take us in all facets of life? One thing that we all agree, and which is largely noted across the world, is that digital transformation is seen as key productivity driver. Makes the work faster, makes the work smarter, new ways of working. I think they increase the speed, the efficiency, also pushes down the cost. But with the different players in the market, both government, private, who controls what? I mean, we are moving into an era where data is now an asset. Now, who controls this? Who invests in what, and who controls what? So, a call for coordinated global involvement of institutions, academia, the public, and as well as the private, that would help shape up how the various countries, various institutions which are so strong, and they control the data, and probably many of small entities may not be able to harness the data and work competitively with the larger organizations. I initially spoke about, mentioned about the catalyst to disruptive technologies, and I'm looking at COVID-19, how it has accelerated the digital transformation. The lockdowns, we all have seen, we all have heard that people have reacted to lockdowns, but the lockdowns really changed the way we interact. At home, where probably we spent less time at home, now we were all the time at home. It brought new effects at our homes, new ways of interaction. Probably where we used to interact with the people for 2 hours, now we have to spend like 24 hours at home. Now that also became a challenge, but also an opportunity. Some of the companies had to find new ways to deliver services, to provide services. Also, people had to adopt to new realities of life. And if you can see, the impact has been on all areas, the business, the government, the people. You know, people had all the time to sit behind their laptops, go over the internet, read all that they have never read before. So also you would say the positive side of this is that people have become more knowledgeable, because most people have had access to information, spend some of their time interacting with other people via the net. You probably had people who had to communicate with others whom they have never communicated. And people may have used that opportunity to interact in various ways. So yes, build up of new knowledge. Governments also will definitely use these changes in technology to increase their control, because they control the digital infrastructure. So as the time unfolds, a government would be coming with the new legislations on how they can control this area. Now, in general, if I look at the positive effects of the industrial revolution as such, well, you look forward to more creation of jobs. There would be a lot of automation, so you probably will have to spend short hours in the office. So it will lead to efficiency. Efficiency will definitely result in high productivity. You expect with the high productivity, better wages should come. Improved working conditions should be expected. Long-term effect also, you expect at the end of the day there should be improved living and working conditions. Government will definitely use that as a window to increase tax collections. So, well, it is going to be a challenge, but it comes with its benefits and of course some other shortfalls, especially for small players who will maybe in the short run, or quite some time before they catch up with the highly developed nations. Now, moving to the the central point of these discussions, the disruptive digital banking technologies in supporting the fourth industrial revolution in Africa. And I think this is an area that we have seen in Africa, and probably I'll be talking much about East Africa. The impact of digital banking has quite shaped the banking industry. The automation of traditional banking services has largely enabled access of banking services to many customers. Digitization has made banking more inclusive. Actually, if you look at the number of customers now who are going who are actually accessing banking services via, I would say, mobile banking has quite increased. Digital banking has also deepened the penetration for the unbanked and the underbanked populations in Africa. I know some areas that have been talked much developed, the Kenyan market, the Nigerian market, but most probably I'll be talking much about East Africa. Online and digital banks have been able to save those who did not have access to traditional banking, which has also created a large potential customer base for bank. If you look at some of the countries in Tanzania, for instance, you have almost 50 banks. The market is small, but you have 50 banks in the market, and I think all banks are surviving. The digital banking technology have opened up the market, that banks have access to areas where you would not have your traditional brick and mortar banking services. Also, you look at the digital banking channels that have come with lowering of cost than a traditional bank. Operating cost you'd expect would be, yes, heavy investments initially, but in the long run, costs are being pushed down because of the economies of scales. But I think the most notable thing on the digital banking is what I would say contactless. Many now customers would do all their transactions via mobile and not necessarily come to the banks as it used to be. And here you see how much the mobile companies have heavily invested in this area that has transformed the banking sector tremendously. If we look at East Africa, is an example of how disruptive digital technologies have really helped open the market. Yes, much as Africa will be dominated by small scale production compared to developed world, but digitization has offered a new way of doing business. The transformation of payment systems has created a wide outreach and deep penetration. Most of the African countries, because of poor infrastructure, the mobile banking has opened up these buckets, has facilitated fast movement of exchange of goods, because the cash flow across the countries is quite fast. People have access. If you look what is happening now in East Africa, you have cross-border transaction between Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi. Yeah. And largely the digital banking technology has also promoted financial inclusion. People have access to banking services more than it used to be. Here I've attached a local. It's a local newspaper cutting which shows how the transactions have increased from 2019 from 6.9 to 28.2. So that shows you within East Africa, by large, actually has more services via mobile phones, and this is remarkable for a market like East Africa. In Tanzanian case, if we look at Tanzanian case in particular, number of mobile lines have increased. I think now reached about in 20 months has gone to about 52 million worth of transaction. Yeah. So the mobile services have been integrated with banking services, and has led to increased mobile transactions. If you look at December 2020, you had like 18 trillion, which is equivalent to $7 to $8 million US. That shot to 10 trillion, which is about 4.6 billion US dollars. So quite substantial move in terms of cash. That is cash moving within the market. But the other most important thing is that there has been creativity within the mobile service providers. You'd find some mobile providers like Vodacom. Many of these have also introduced credit, microcredit facilities to the customers. Payment of utilities, subscription, water, electricity bills, government levies are now being paid through mobile phones. Yeah. So the traditional banking brick and mortar is challenged by far by these mobile service providers who have heavily invested in technology. Also, the digital banking technologies have enabled the convenient cash movement within far most areas which promoted trade. There have been some, like we say now, with the fourth industrial revolution in Africa, how much or to what extent is this appreciated by all sectors, the government, the private sector? How is the government, how is the private sector reacting to these new realities? And here I had a cutting from a local newspaper of a prominent economist who is also a regular columnist who writes a lot on banking and technology, just highlighting what fourth industrial revolution in Africa will mean. But I think this is also quite very important for African countries, that the information dissemination, the awareness is created within the market to make sure that people, the relevant sectors are ready to harness the potential of what is unfolding. Now we look at the way forward. What is the way forward of disruptive digital banking technologies in supporting fourth industrial revolution in Africa? Well, you definitely will need to invest on an awareness and understanding of the digital economy, the processes, interaction, activities based on digital. I just quoted an example of Professor Ngoi, who writes quite a lot in the newspaper, but also support and finance research in innovation and development. You are going to need African countries to devote their time, devote some resources in these areas of research, innovation, and development. How ready are these markets in Africa ready to adopt the new realities of doing business? But also, most importantly, is redesign of industry-related policies and regulations to leverage the fourth industrial revolution. With the technology that is coming, you definitely will need legislations that will address this issue. You want to attract investors in the market, in your local market. How are policies and regulations set that provides comfort to investors and this age of industrial revolution? But also building capacity on disruptive technology. I think that is also equally very important. But also government deliberate efforts to better promote, to better promotion of local content in technology area. I know most of the government have typical ministries which handles the issues of technologies. Then we look at the challenges and opportunities. What is offered at this point in time is we have entered into the fourth industrial revolution. The digital disruption that has largely changed the way we do things, the way we interact, the opportunities that are offered out there. But normal to anything, there would be challenges, there would be opportunities. And you look at what is happening now, the challenge mainly will be the resources to invest. Do African countries provide enough resources to invest that would really propel these countries to adopt the new technologies? The challenges of standardizations of processes and business environment. Also, Africa will need to adopt to such standardization. learning agility, like you said, deliberate effort by the government, both government and the private, to ensure that the workforce has the knowledge to adopt the new realities of doing business, of interaction, the transdisciplinary. That is going to happen now, given the sheer scale of this technology advancement. But again, with any technology, increase the efficiency, increase the productivity. I mean, it tells you that with such advancement, definitely there'll be job cuts. So you expect there'll be job cuts, and what will happen to this workforce that will be rendered redundant with the coming of technology. You know, most of the African countries, I think, with the small scale industry, most of the businesses are run on old technology. So how fast can we adopt to new technology? But definitely with the back knowledge of knowing that as we progress, definitely there will be some adjustment in the job market. Investment now needs to move from physical to digital. So you look at the banks. Banks now, most of the banks are moving from brick and mortar to investment in digital platform. So that also means substantial resources that needs to go into that. So generally in banking industry, you also have to look at it in this way, that transform or perish. That is what is going to happen. For those banks which are established with the brick and mortars, they will actually look on how to deliver their services. But those smaller banks will also have to make sure that they really catch up. They do not have the advantage of physical setups. So the only way they can survive the competition is investment into digital platform. This comes with the opportunity also, speed and volume of execution. You expect speed execution. You expect rapid expansion. Risks are minimized because most of the processes are automated. There would be productivity improvement. Efficiency will be there. Informed decision making because of data analytic tools. Competitiveness advantage. Those who transform as fast then stand a chance to establish competitive advantage. So those are the things that Africa will have to look at to quickly adopt to the new realities. With that comes an end of my presentation. I have included the sources of the material where I have gathered, and I appreciate, and I think I've been clear enough on the topic. So, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Makungwa. I don't know if you can hear us now. Mr. Makungwa?
Yes.
Oh, hello. Thank you for the presentation.
Hello.
It has been great.
Thank you.
I hope you can hear us now. And it has been a very interesting presentation. I think it fits quite nicely with the previous one about the digital transformation and the potential of deploying this technology for the benefit of the people. I'm going to wait for a few minutes for questions from the audience, but in the meantime, I can start asking questions if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay, so I mean, yes, you mentioned about digital banking, but prior to digital banking, which is very important for the growth of the economy, you need the communications to be established first, and of course to ensure deep penetration. I know this is also, you expect the governments to take the initiative, but what about the banking sector? Can the banking sector help this? The establishment of digital communications in rural areas, for example, fund initiatives and try to improve the current status?
Okay. Yeah, maybe if you look, if I take example of Tanzanian market, actually the government, the central bank, the Tanzanian Bankers Association, all of these three institutions have been very, very active in ensuring that there is a deep penetration in the rural areas actually. So for Tanzania, I could say experience has been quite very good. The Bankers Association, which is an association of all banks, about 50 banks, quite very strong organization, plays a key role in ensuring that there is a strong partnership. It gets involved in the legislations regarding the electronic payment, electronic services, which by far have penetrated to the rural areas. So it has not been only the government that has been active on that. What I'm trying to allude here is the deliberate role of the government to ensure that there is harmonization of the legislations and the playing field actually. And if you look at the speed of these mobile companies, I mean, of course, they have strong muscles in terms of financial, and they have been able. Actually, they have outpaced banks in such. So it is like, do you want to compete with this, or do you want to collaborate? So it has been more of collaboration between the banks and the mobile service providers in ensuring that there is high level of penetration of in the market. The challenge that appears there is that again the government realizes that that is another source of income. So you want to drive cost down. You want to ensure there is a strong penetration in the rural, but when you start taxing these services and a tax that becomes exorbitant to the rural people, then you kill the spirit of making sure that this service goes right to the lower end of the market.
Thank you very much for your answers. I have a few questions from the audience here. One question is, what steps are being taken to bring investments to intensify connectivity efforts, which I guess this is probably similar to what I have asked. And I have another one, unless you want to answer this one first.
Let's take also the second one.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Makungwa, for the excellent keynote address. How the Mwalimu Commercial Bank positioned to support the transformation towards the 4IR in Tanzania, especially in the education sector? How do you plan to support the transformation?
Okay. Thank you. I can maybe if we start with the first one, the connectivity effort. Well, I end up taking a typical case of Tanzanian market, you know, where the government has a specific ministry which actually deals with that. And what I've seen is that there's been strong donor support in terms of ensuring connectivity. I know the central bank has been playing a very big role in ensuring that the financial market, I mean the connectivity between the banks and the mobile money service providers is quite. I think there is the development of the platform which is being spearheaded by the central bank to ensure that kind of connectivity.
On the second question on how can Mwalimu Commercial Bank support, you see, what I can say is Mwalimu Bank is actually a typical bank that would rely strongly on digital platform. Because remember, in the country where you have like 26 regions, you have a country which is bigger probably than the whole of Netherlands in terms of size, and you have a customer base of teachers maybe close to 300,000, and they are all scattered throughout the country. So the only way, being small as we are, and that's why I was talking about the resources, about how can most organizations in Africa, which is marked by low level of productivity, small, the business are more of SME, investment in technology is quite very, very, very expensive. So that becomes a challenge. But Mwalimu Commercial Bank, what we are trying to build, the bank within what we call education ecosystem. So we look at the teachers, we look at the students, we look at the financials, both local and international, which support education. We look at companies, say middle-sized companies, the SME, which deal in education sector, like building schools, construction of the desk, production of the chalks. We want to move into probably digital library. Once we are financially stable, we would like to support in those kind of areas. Is Mwalimu Commercial Bank, which basically want to engage. Has adopted education ecosystem as its business model.
Thank you again for your answer. Further to the previous question, I have another question, which is similar to the previous one. Thank you, Mr. Makungwa, for the great presentation. What are the initiatives that the banking sector is taking to promote innovation in Tanzania? Are there plans to set up incubators for new entrepreneurs and engineers to build and test out their ideas?
Okay. What I would really say, there isn't as such, but what we can see in the market and what is we have strong fintech, for instance. We have actually fintechs which partner with the bank, especially in the mobile money transactions. In particular, as a bank, small as we are, we have adopted, say, well, we cannot afford to invest in all these emerging technologies. So we said, well, we will remain as a bank, and we will partner with fintech, which develop various softwares, which we can easily connect with the bank. We can easily plug and easily unplug with the bank. And maybe what you see in terms of incubators, I would be looking at that more from the college's point of view. We have very specific colleges, for instance, Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology, which basically specializes in technology education. We have Mandela Institute of Technology. I would easily point those two being very, very focused colleges, which act in a way is incubator, not maybe typical incubators, which I would believe is Tanzania an example, or as Africa. I know in places like Kenya, I think Kenya is a bit more ahead in East Africa. But I would say probably I may not have very detailed specifics on those issues, but I would be looking at these two institutions, for instance, as part of incubation process in technology.
Okay, thank you very much again. I don't think I have any other questions at the moment. Again, I would like to thank you from all of us and the conference IEEE AFRICON 2021 for your time and for all your effort, to talk to us and give us all this insightful information about the recent developments in your country, in the region. So
thank you very much.
Thank you. So let's move to the next our next talk, which comes from Dr. Muhammad Zeeshan Shakir, who's a professor basically at University of the West of Scotland. Dr. Shakir is a reader at the University of the West of Scotland in the UK. He received over £2 million of research funding from bodies such as Innovative UK, Erasmus, QNRF on a 6G project, and of course from UK industries. With over 15 years of research expertise in design and development of information and communication technologies, he has published over 120 research articles and edited or contributed to 10 books. He has an interest in wireless technologies and application of tools such as artificial intelligence, machine learning to support global connectivity around the world. He's a recipient of STARS, the Staff Appreciation and Recognition Scheme Award 2020 and 2018 for outstanding research and enterprise performance at UWS, the university. He has been awarded with the Best Journal Article Award in 2019, jointly presented by IEEE Communication Society and China Institute of Communications for Research on millimeter wave communications for 5G. He has been, and he's still serving as a chair and organizing committee of several symposiums or workshops in IEEE flagship conferences, including Globecom, ICC, WCNC. And he's an editor of FICOM, IEEE Communications Later, and served as guest editor to IEEE Wireless Communications, IEEE Communications, and IEEE Access. He is a founding chair of the IEEE Communication Society Emerging Technologies Committee on Backhaul and Fronthaul. He is also fellow of Higher Education Academy UK and member of International Association of Smart Learning Environments. Recently, he has been selected through a competitive process by the Scottish Parliament as a member of Scottish Parliament Framework Agreement COVID-19 Pandemic to provide expert advice on the impact of COVID-19 on digital infrastructure. And he's a senior member of IEEE and of course IEEE Communication Society. Okay, so I think Joyce, do you have the presentation to share, or I can play it?
Can you? I will share it.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, and welcome to my talk, Artificial Intelligence Paving the Way Towards Global Wireless Connectivity. My name is Muhammad Zeeshan Shakir, and I'm from University of the West of Scotland, UK. Before I move forward, I want to thank organizing committee, technical program committee, and other organizing committee of this prestigious conference, IEEE AFRICON 2021, for giving me an opportunity to give this talk and present my research to the audience. So thank you very much. Before I move forward, I want to introduce my research interest. My research interest lies in modeling, design, optimization, and performance analysis of data-driven intelligent IoT systems, with the current focus on remote condition monitoring and digital connectivity. I have a solid track record of over 3 million research funding from European Union, QNRF, UKRI, and the Scottish Government in collaboration with my UK and international partners. On this particular slide, you can see there are a number of projects that I'm trying to show you to give you an idea where I'm working on at the moment. In this particular project, in the center of this particular slide, we are using UAVs and artificial intelligence for future wireless communication networks. You can imagine these UAVs are flexible and easy to deploy. So they can be deployed when the terrestrial network is not available, or maybe they are broken or they are congested. So you can anticipate that these UAVs or swarm of UAVs will fly and go and provide the connectivity to the users. However, artificial intelligence or machine learning can play a big role here for their deployment. They can optimize their journey. They can help these UAVs and the operators to find out where they can deploy and how they can provide the users best connectivity or the best data rates or the services. You will learn more about this idea in this talk. In other projects, I am using sensors and artificial intelligence to learn about the environment and detect the conditions. For example, in this particular project, we are detecting the water leakages. So we are using some MEMS-based sensors, and these sensors will flow under the pipes and then learn about the environment, such as acoustic noises and water pressure. And then we apply data analytics and other techniques, signal processing techniques, and learn about the trends and then predict if there is any water leakage using artificial intelligence. In other projects, we are using sensors and cameras, and we are predicting obstacles for a wheelchair user, and we are also predicting the environmental conditions for the wheelchair users as well. If there is a based on the obstacles or based on the uneven paths on the ground. So looking at the environment through the sensors, such as infrared sensors, we want to predict a favorable path or favorable route for a wheelchair user where they can go from one point to other point easily. In another project, we are trying to monitor health and well-being vital signs, such as respiratory rate, heart rate, and then monitor the condition and find out if somebody is under stress or under anxiety. If that is the case, we want to deliver an intervention, such as music therapy. So in this particular project, we have developed an app and use artificial intelligence and use a TensorFlow Lite package in this app. And this app will learn about the health and well-being matrix and then deliver the intervention using an app such as a music. So in another project, in this particular project, we are using artificial intelligence machine learning to learn about traffic congestions and optimize the route for the waste management service vehicles and helping them in reducing their carbon footprint. So overall, you can see over here in a number of my projects, I am using sensors, wireless communications, and artificial intelligence machine learning to learn about the environment and use data analytics and artificial intelligence and create some alert and predict the conditions. Before I go further, I want to present this quote to you. Martin Cooper, who is known as father of the cell phone, said, role of engineers is to create new products and new technology, and engineers have to understand one fundamental thing, that is technology is the application of science to create services and products to make people's life better. And without people part, it is not technology, it is scientific curiosity. He said a few years ago this argument, and I think it is very valid now when we are deploying 5G networks. You might have seen that several bodies and several regulatory bodies and several network operators are now trying to deploy 5G network first in the rural community so that the community can get more benefit, because I think they were left behind and when we were deploying the previous generations of the network. Now we must understand that the digitization of services, products, and several facilities is very important for us now, but also it is significantly important that we create an opportunity for these technologies to bring a lot of benefits to the neighborhoods and to the community. This particular map will present you the today's global connectivity perspective, and you can see over here this is the total coverage footprint of 2G, 3G, and 4G networks, and you can see clearly that most of the European countries and North American countries are covered with the 4G network services, but some Asian countries and some African countries are not fully covered with 4G network services. We can also imagine that there is an indispensable need for digital transformation of our society, economy, and industry. However, there are still billions of people around the world who are still without internet. For example, let me give you an idea about UK. On average, 10% of the UK population still do not have high quality super internet with a download speed of average 30 megabits per second. And there's a huge divide in the country at the moment when it comes to the availability of data rates. For example, various data rates or differences in data rates or quality of services in rural and urban areas. One of the main reasons behind this digital divide is unavailability of cost-effective infrastructure that you can think of, such as backhaul. So, for example, you might have heard about Facebook's internet.org project for some Asian countries and African countries where infrastructure is very limited, so that high altitude platforms can fly over those geographical regions where we do not have infrastructure, or we have very limited infrastructure, and they can provide the connectivity to those geographical regions. Social innovation is today's need for global connectivity. In future, we will deploy a number of sensors to monitor the user's behavior and use this information, or the data if you want to say, to train the artificial intelligence algorithms or the softwares to detect the anomaly and predict the future conditions and create alerts and automate the processes. To deliver these emerging verticals, we need artificial intelligence or the machine learning, if you want to say. And I can see there are at least 3 use cases for digital technologies such as 5G and artificial intelligence and sensors to build a reliable, resilient, and robust digital future for us. For example, if you look at the left-hand side, I have education as a use case. So in education sector, artificial intelligence and a sensor data can be used to deliver the education through cloud and edge computing services and deliver a truly immersive experience for the learners. Higher data rates can be used to present can be used for users. So that they can be present anywhere without physically present. In healthcare sector, similarly, remote healthcare facilities, we know that they recently become more attractive and more important than ever before. And we have seen a recent surge of online or the remote healthcare services from 3% to 80%. And delivery of ultra reliable, low latent wireless communication systems has now become very important for remote surgery and for remote patient condition monitoring. Similarly, you can imagine the delivery of or the availability of robust wireless communication infrastructure for connecting a massive amount of sensors. They can provide machine type communications for monitoring the crops, cattle, and the environment, so that inventory at the farm or in the retail sector about the food can be managed well, and some interventions can be delivered as well for cattle or for the crop, so that food security can be guaranteed. In 2016, United Nations released 17 Sustainability Development Goals. We call them SDG for 2030. Most of them would require that reliable, robust, and resilient digital infrastructure that we just talked about to deliver several use cases, right? And deliver the impact of these 17 SDGs. I believe that artificial intelligence, machine learning, and 5G technology has the potential to change the way we work, live, and do different things. And if we get our strategy right for these technologies, such as artificial intelligence, then we as a global nation will be able to reap the rewards for our digital society and economy for the generations to come. AI-driven 5G network will deliver ultra-low latent wireless communication systems for remote healthcare facilities, such as robotic surgeries. They can also deliver immersive technologies for education, and this can only be guaranteed if we have higher spectral efficiency. They can deliver peak data rates greater than 1 terabits per second, for example. And such higher data rates could be very important for empowering our economy, our industry sector, such as financial and retail industry. They can provide better user experience for users in rural and urban areas, such as blurring the digital divide and giving an equal opportunity for all the users in a geographical region. They can guarantee 100% geographical internet coverage, which is very important for future smart cities to connect everything, whether it is for neighborhood or community or for services. They can also guarantee the climate action by producing or providing energy efficient technologies. They can support the delivery of massive connectivity for the sensor so that they can monitor the environment and protect our ecosystems and create alert. And you can imagine that massive amount of sensors can be deployed in various geographical regions that can monitor our conditions over the ground, under the ground, even in the sky. Why not? Moving forward, on this particular slide, you can see a roadmap towards a sustainable 6G wireless communication networks. This is a milestone for the UK when we deployed 5G network, and it was launched in May 2019, almost more than 2 years ago from now. We know that ever increasing demand in mobile broadband has necessitated the development of 5G networks so that we can accommodate 1,000 times more subscriber. And one possible way to build that capacity, that hypercube that you see over here, for example, is when we have 10 times more mobile subscribers with 100 times more traffic per users. That is beyond 1 gigabits per second due to emerging applications that we have on our mobile phone or mobile handsets. So in order to deliver the vision for future wireless communication networks, there could be many ways actually, but let me just tell you there could be possibly 3 ways. So one of the way to deliver this hypercube and build that capacity that would accommodate 1,000 times more users in future is to extend that spectrum, right? Getting more spectrum, such as in 5G, we are going to use millimeter wave technology, right? And another way is improving the spectrum efficiency. And we can do that by increasing the number of antennas, such as massive MIMO, right? And one of the very important way to expand this capacity is to densify the network, such as deploying the small cells. However, moving forward, we want to make sure that these networks will become resilient, reliable, and robust. When I'm saying they become robust, that means they are able to adapt the network towards the stringent requirements in the network, such as users' mobility. When I'm saying the network should be resilient, that means the network should be able to recover or resume its services within the shortest possible time. When I'm saying the network should be reliable, that means the network should offer their services for most of the users, meeting the quality of the services for most of the time. Now, it is widely acknowledged that one of the key architecture enabler towards the extremely high data rate coverage in wireless communication network is the dense deployment of the small cells. Although these small cell concepts has been envisioned and studied for many years in 4G and LTE network, but the concept of a small cell has never found widespread application, mainly due to the cost of the deployment, and that is the cost of the backhaul. The cost of the small cell base station itself is much lower, we know that, in comparison to the cost of the big towers, the big macro cellular towers. But the difficulty and the cost in backhauling or front hauling for the small cell in a high number of a small cell base station has now been emerged as a significant challenge. This is a typical urban situation where you see that the small cells are deployed to provide the coverage and the capacity and backhaul the traffic from small cells to the core network. We can either use a non-line of sight microwave link, these green links that you can see over here, where the front hauling or the back hauling from several small cell sites can be aggregated at a backhaul hub, right? And from there, further wireless backhaul is available to establish the connectivity with the core network, right? Fiber is the best choice to deliver the backhaul, but it is very expensive to deploy due to maintenance. Sometimes it is not possible for fiber to reach to all the sites. You can imagine that for now, the wireless solution, the non-line of sight microwave backhauling solution is the cost effective. However, it is unable to offer the higher data rates that we are after due to the interference in this particular band. Now, 5G vision is relying on extensive small cell deployment. However, there are challenges for these small cells that we must address now to densify the network and get true benefits of densification. In this talk, for example, I will talk about that how UAVs and drones or flying platforms can address some of these challenges, what we have seen when deploying the small cells, right? But we do not expect that these existing networks would be completely replaced by flying base stations or these drones, but they will be well integrated with the cellular networks, with the existing terrestrial network, so that they can complement the capacity and coverage expansion for the users, right? So we are going to look into it, whether it is the backhaul issue or the front haul, to offer it to the users. So how drones can provide it for the small cells, right? We're going to look into that aspect. We can also look into it that how these drones can provide the access network to the users. We're also going to look into it, like how these drones can scan the radio environment and help detecting the poor coverage areas or poor coverage zones. Now, these flying platforms could be of various types, right? We know that these flying platforms can be used for providing access networks to the users, backhauling services to the users, or detecting the radio environment, right? These flying platforms could be of various types, including unmanned aerial vehicles, tethered balloon, high altitude platforms, low altitude platforms, or medium altitude platforms. They carry receivers such as RF, millimeter wave, or FSO, depend on the type of the communication they want to establish, along with extended battery life capabilities. They float or move in the air at a quasi-stationary positions with the ability to move horizontally or vertically and offer cellular services to the ground users. UAVs and flying platforms can offer communication services in several emerging scenarios. So whether it is about injecting the temporal capacity, such as to the crowdy stadium for a game, or providing a coverage for military communication services in the remote areas. It could also, UAVs can also be used for first responders to establish the communication during unusual communication when the existing communication infrastructure or ground communication infrastructure is unavailable or congested. They can also be used to provide broadband coverages for landlocked geographical regions with no or limited infrastructure, such as Facebook project, if you can recall, internet.org for Africa and for Asian countries. We recently proposed a novel architecture to imagine a layered architecture for airborne networks, where various flying platforms can be distributed in a hierarchical manner, right? Here, for example, higher layer platforms can be considered. High altitude platform, for example, here can belong to higher layer, includes platforms operating in higher layer and belongs to high altitude platforms. In this case, high altitude platforms, high altitude platforms categories, and they are responsible for optimizing the resources in transporting, in providing the transport network for the lower layers. Here you can see there's a medium layer. So medium layer, in the medium layer, platforms in the medium layer would belong to medium altitude platforms category, and they are responsible for relaying the wireless communication services between lower and higher layer. And in this particular layer, the drones or the flying platforms can also detect some intruders, right? They can also provide some security services. In a lower layer, platforms operating in lower layer are typical low altitude platforms, flying at relatively low altitude and responsible for network optimization, including platform placement, association with the users, management of resources, and interference management. You can imagine at the top layer, the high altitude platforms, we call them HAPs. They can also help the architecture or the radio environment scanners to learn about the radio environment so that other layers can take more important decisions, right? At the lower layer, similarly, artificial intelligence or machine learning can be used together with the drones or with the UAVs to detect the coverage. So these UAVs can fly all over the geographical environment, and they can find out if there is a geographical region where the coverage is poor or low, right? You can find more details about this architecture in our recently published article. In this particular slide, you can see there are a number of platforms available to us. We can categorize them into high altitude, medium altitude, and low altitude platforms, and they have number of characteristics as well. And imagine their endurance, for example, from few hours to number of years they can fly. Some of them, for example, low altitude platforms, some of the low altitude platforms can fly for a few hours, but some of the high altitude platforms can fly for several years in the year, provided they have a means to survive. For example, they can get the energy through solar panels, right? Depending on the payload, we can also categorize them. Some of them can carry a few grams of payload, and some of them can carry a heavier payload. For example, up to several thousands of kilogram payload they can carry, right? We can also look into their maximum altitude they can fly, from hundreds of meters to thousands of meters they can fly, right? So you can categorize based on these characteristics, and then you can exploit them as per requirement. I would also like to say that these drones are well-developed technology. They are available here in the market already. The key idea over here is that we use artificial intelligence or machine learning tools to use it together with these drones or flying platforms and provide these services, communication services to the future wireless communication networks. In this particular chart, I want to discuss with you that why it is now become important to discuss about UAVs for cellular networks. As an example, I want to compare the UAV deployment use case, or UAV as a small cells, or UAVs as a access point to be deployed closer to the user when there is no coverage or limited coverage. And I want to compare that use case with the small cells. Okay, so in this particular case, you can imagine this map is for small cells and moving anti-clockwise from line of sight over here. You can think like a small cell. Of course, small cells are the smaller base stations that we deploy closer to the users, so they would reduce the distance between the user and the access network, right? Therefore, they improve the line of sight significantly. You can see each other. The transceivers can see each other. Similarly, for the robustness and scanning the radio environment, small cells may not adjust themselves, right, to the radio environment, such as change of the location, though they are small, but you cannot move them as you fly, as you go, right, as you can do it with the UAVs. When it comes to the backhaul, communication to a desired quality of service may not be possible due to unavailability of the backhaul or due to limited backhaul services. So definitely they are less reliable, right? When it comes to the resilience, okay, a small cell deployment may not necessarily remove the coverage hole. For example, they are maybe deployed in hard to reach areas, and there could be blockages due to buildings, right? So they may create more outages, or they may create outages for the certain users if these small cells are being deployed as a private small cells. Right. Small cells offer some flexibility when deploying, of course, when it compared with the big towers or the macro cellular towers, right? And they can be deployed very easily, right? However, they may not be fully flexible due to the availability of the backhaul. Okay, here. You can imagine UAV, they can go anywhere, they can fly, but they can optimize at the same time. I'm not saying that the UAVs can go without backhaul, they would also require backhaul, but we can optimize their placement. according to availability of the resources. For the mobility, small cells cannot move with the users or the crowd, and a small coverage of these small cells could make the mobility a more challenging situation. Now, moving forward, let us see how drones can impact these performance criteria, right? So these, looking at again from line of sight perspectives, UAVs can maintain the line of sight even from a higher stratosphere when using FSO, for example, right? UAVs can be, for robustness, UAVs can be placed at an optimized location in a favorable radio environment and can be adjusted when required. When it comes to the backhaul, UAVs can be deployed when there is an additional demand and can inject more capacity with a flexible wireless backhaul or wired when UAVs are tethered, right? So don't think that we can only use wireless UAVs. We can also use tethered balloon or tethered UAVs. We can bring them to the site, or they can maybe pop up to deliver the coverage or the capacity. When it comes to the resilience, these UAVs can improve the resilience in the network by quickly deployed in a disaster situation, for example, and provide the services to the first responder, detecting the coverage holes and providing the capacity. When it comes to the flexibility, it is a key for the UAVs. When it comes to UAVs, you know, they can fly anywhere to any altitude. Like there are different types of the UAVs available to us, from few meters to hundreds of kilometers, and they can be relocated for temporal use, right? For mobility perspectives, UAV base stations can follow the users or the crowd, depend on availability of the resources they would require. If they are tethered, then I think it's easier, and they can manage the mobility better when compared to the fixed network when you consider small cells. So I have a use case over here, like let us consider these UAVs as a backhaul or front haul. So our key objective is we want to deploy these UAVs as a backhaul for high density of mobile users or small cells in a limited or hard to reach areas in a remote region where infrastructure is not available or expensive to deploy. By deploying these UAVs to provide the backhaul to the small cells or to the users, we can complement the existing infrastructure. We can expand the coverage, right? Such as by providing the backhaul, and also improve the network reliability, right? For temporary events, right? So we can guarantee that most of the users are getting now a quality of the services that they're after, right? So there are a number of challenges, and we can use artificial intelligence and machine learning to resolve them. For example, we can design AI-enabled routing protocols for various states in a UAV deployments, right? And when we are trying to integrate UAVs and HAPs into the network, right, with the ground networks, right? We can also design user and a UAV association problem, considering the availability of the backhaul, right? You can optimize these problems and use machine learning to learn about the resources and then try to find out the best association with the user and the UAV. For example, you can think of that how many users can be associated with the UAV considering their certain placement, right? They cannot associate unlimited number of the users. So solving this optimization problem, designing the routing protocols can be a challenging issue, but artificial intelligence and machine learning can be used here to solve the problem. Let us take an example in our recent work, what we have done. We have used high altitude platforms flying at an altitude of 10 kilometers or more and providing the backhaul to the small cells on the ground, right? These nodes, we call them networked flying platforms, NFPs. They are using FSOs, free space optical transceivers, to establish the fiber related wireless capacity with the ground small cells. You can imagine that these transceivers are fitted under the nose of these high altitude platforms, right? And showering these sharp pencil beams on the ground and establish the communication. Some of the small cells may not have direct communication with these flying platforms, so they will relay it through the gateways, right? And these UAVs will collaborate together where a mother UAV, a big UAV, and then that big UAV will establish the communication with the ground station. So that in a 2-hop, a backhaul can be provided with the small cells. We have done some performance analysis for these vertical UAV based backhaul infrastructure for the small cells. And here you can see, before we look into the performance analysis of these links, what we have done, we have considered number of path losses, right? So we have to consider the attenuation over the entire FSO length, and attenuation due to the fog, attenuation due to various weather conditions such as cloud, rain, fog, and distance, of course, right? So we have considered number of attenuation over the FSO link and found that how the data rate can be decreased with the higher altitude. So in this particular figure, you can see that that the data rate and the available link margin versus the NFP or the flying platform's altitude, right? Under the various conditions, right? You can see that the data rate decreases as altitude increases, right? Due to the geometrical losses, right? And can also be seen that the vertical FSO link is mostly affected by the cloud, right? You can see over here, right? So this is the red figure and this is the cloud, right? When using FSO, somebody maybe think like fog is maybe the issue, right? But you can see over here, the thick fog alone is not the issue over here, right? Instead, multiple weather conditions could be an issue for the FSO. In this particular framework, we are thinking as a vertical FSO link, right? Since the link is vertical, so fog may not affect the entire length of the link. It may affect a part or a portion of the link. That's why fog may not be the main issue, right? So fog only affects the part of the link, right? So we can think over here like multiple weather conditions such as cloud with the fog or heavy rain. They are providing the worst case scenarios over here, and the data rate could decrease from gigabits per second to few kilobits per second over very high altitude such as 20 kilometer, right? Similarly, you can see over here in figure on right hand side where we are plotting link margin, the available link margin at the other side. So you can see over here, for example, 23 dB and 11.5 dB is available at an altitude of 5 and 20 kilometer, right, under the clear sky, right, and foggy conditions. This is 5 over here, right, and you can see over here for the 5 kilometer, you have under the clear sky. So this black figure over here is the clear sky, right? So under this black figure, you have reasonably good 23 dB link margin available, right? And 11.5 dB is available at 20 kilometer, right? Reasonably good, right? So you can establish the communication and get the higher data rates, right? But however, under the cloudy and rainy conditions, the FSO link fails because the receive power is less than the sensitivity of the receiver. For example, you can look into the available link margin is minus 42 dB, right? Under foggy and cloudy conditions, like the worst condition at an altitude of 20 kilometer, right? You can see over here, the available link margin is much lesser than the receiver sensitivity. So what we have done also, we try to look into the total cost of ownership, like for example, the comparison of various backhaul solutions and comparison of our solution and find out that where this solution lies when it comes to the costing. On left-hand side, you will see a scenario where we have deployed we see a snapshot where we have deployed a number of base stations, small cell base stations, and drones as well. We have considered a scenario where every small cell hub connects with 4 small cells, and we assume that 50% of the small cells do not have a line of sight. So in a particular case, we have used 20 medium altitude platforms. So we have used this scenario just to imagine that the rest of the small cells would require line of sight. They don't have line of sight. And then these small cells can be, if they provide backhaul, front haul connectivity using non-line of sight scenario, or a fiber scenario, or terrestrial FSO, or vertical FSO. So how much cost we require for such a scenario where 50% of the small cells do not have line of sight, right? So because they don't have line of sight, so you may require number of transceivers to repeat the signal, right, at a certain distances. So in this particular bar chart, you will see I have number of, I've compared number of backhaul frontal solutions. You can see over here the first solution, the non-line of sight based backhaul solution. Of course, it is one of the best solution. You can see this solution is cheaper than rest, but you can see this solution, as we know already, this the non-line of sight spectrum is already congested and is unable to provide us higher data rate. But one of the main costs in this particular non-line of sight backhaul frontal solution is due to the spectrum licensing, right? When you move towards the fiber, you can see it is reasonably costly solution, right? But in this case, you can imagine that the fiber optic has the highest maintenance cost, the deployment cost, right? So you can see over here, the installation and the planning cost is the blue cost, right? So installation and planning of the deployment cost is higher for the fiber, because for the fiber, you do the costing per meter or per kilometer, right? So if you are considering a larger distances, or you have a higher number of small cells, that means your deployment cost would be higher. So it's a reasonably very costly solution, and you have a cost for the equipment as well, right? On the other side, you can see in a non-line of sight solution, it is very, very cheaper solution, but it would certainly be suffered due to low data rate, right? In a terrestrial FSO solution, in this particular solution, you will see that it has a high deployment cost, right? This is the deployment cost, right? It has a higher deployment cost, reasonably high deployment cost, because line of sight is not available, right? Right? For 50% of the small cells. So when line of sight is not available for 50% of the small cells, then that means you have to deploy more FSO transceivers. So it will be a multi-hop communications. So whenever you would require large number of equipments, then you will incur more cost for the equipment, right? So you will see over here that the deployment cost is lesser because it's a wireless transmission, but the equipment cost is much higher, right? The dark blue portion over here, right? The equipment cost is higher, and in comparison to the fiber, where we can see the deployment cost is too much, but the cost of the equipment is less, right? Here in a horizontal FSO, the cost of the equipment is higher because we want to establish the line of sight communication. The main problem in FSO that the transceivers like receiver and transmitter, they need to see each other, right? And if there's no line of sight between the small cells, so you have to deploy large number of the equipments, right? That's why the solution, FSO based horizontal solution, where beams are establishing the line of sight communication between the small cells, would incur a large number of the equipment costing, right? You can see our solution over here at the last solution. Here we also require a number of equipments, right? We are establishing a 2-hop communication. Here our equipment would involve the cost of the drones and high altitude platforms as well. but it is less than the cost that you would require to establish horizontal FSO. So in vertical FSO, where you are taking a two-hop communication between small cells and the core network, you would also require some equipment. You would require a drone that would relay the communication, but the cost of that equipment could be lesser in this particular case. But the cost of the network maintenance is higher here, right? Because you are flying high altitude platforms, and there are a cost of fueling, licensing, and other logistics, that would incur a lot of cost. But at the time of the study, that when we have done actually this study, you can imagine that this concept is emerging, and the costing of high altitude platforms and their flying and the fueling and other logistics is quite high. But when they become very popular and become common, then you can imagine this cost drop down quickly. So let me try to talk about UAVs as another use case, right? In this particular use case, I want to say that UAVs can be used as a user. They can be used as a coverage scanner, right? We can deploy these UAVs as a user and scan the radio environment to detect the coverage, not spots, right? So they can, because they are flexible, they can go anywhere. So you can use artificial intelligence and machine learning, right, to let the drone learn about the environment, right, and detect what are the geographical regions or positions where the coverage is poor, right? So by using this concept, we can guarantee that there is 100% coverage available for the users to get the broadband or get the wireless communications. And artificial intelligence and machine learning can solve some of our challenging problems when it comes to flying the UAVs, right? They can learn about the environment. They can prepare a trajectory. They can optimize their trajectory, right? They can also learn about the energy states and help the UAVs to address their battery issues, right? These UAVs could also communicate while they are sensing, right? But this would require machine learning or deep learning or reinforcement learning techniques to learn about the environment while they are flying, right? These UAVs can also use fog or edge computing services when it comes to the optimization, such as federated learning, and collaborate between different edge nodes and come to a decision. Let us see what is coverage hole. Coverage hole are the places when users cannot receive the signal from the cellular wireless network. It usually occurred when the signal to noise ratio from the cellular tower at the user fall below a certain threshold level. These coverage hole could also occur due to physical obstructions, fading, or malfunctioning of the base stations. So for example, these red spots could be the coverage hole. Classically, a very expensive drive test along with the propagation model has been used to construct a radio map in order to detect the coverage hole, right? This radio map is constructed intermittently and always not precise, which leads to more complexities. So it would increase more operational cost for the network. Therefore, in 3GPP model, they have introduced the minimization of drive tests. We call them MDT, as a part of self-organization in the network, right? To replace the time-consuming drive test option. In MDT mechanism, the base station has an access to the user, equipment, the mobile user, the mobile device, measurement report. We call it a radio link failure report. Thus, it has now become easier for operators to get the network measurements, right, through the mobile users, through these RLF reports. However, these MDTs are heavily, very, very heavily relying on the UAEs, the users, the mobile users, right? Because these users would send the radio link failure report with the measurements about the environment. So they are relying on them. So this has now become new challenges, right? So there are several challenges that these minimization of MDT test could have. For example, the mobile users or UAVs may not be able to send the report due to signal blockages, right? There may be a poor coverage areas, so they may not be able to send the link failure reports, right? And they may be outdated, right? Due to availability and unavailability of the battery or other device issues. They may not also be able to send away those measurements, right? For indoor environment, it could be particularly more challenging, right? In indoor environment, even if you have voice over LTE services, you are relying on Wi-Fi, for example, right? And certain indoor conditions would not allow you to send the precise location, right? Localization could be challenging. So considering these blockages, considering the poor signal availability, and considering the device or the battery issues, these devices may not be able to send the latest accurate link reports to the mobile networks that can be used to provide accurate mapping of the availability of the services. Now, in this particular slide, I'm trying to tell you how these UAVs can find the coverage holes, right? And serve that coverage hole. So imagine a typical rural or urban area. These UAVs can assist in detecting the coverage hole very efficiently in a cost-effective manner. These flying platforms can fly and scan the radio environment and detect the coverage hole autonomously. Machine learning algorithms will make these platforms autonomous, where reinforcement learning, for example, will help the platform to operate in any unknown environment conditions and detect the coverage hole, right? So imagine these UAVs are flying and continuously monitoring their link with the base station with the depression angle theta over here, right? And as they fly and scan the radio environment, they will be able to find a location where signal drops below a certain threshold with these towers. And they declare that area as a coverage hole. In our case, this is the coverage hole. And once they found the coverage hole is there, they can establish a communication with the ground user, right? And provide the wireless communication services after detecting the coverage. They will decide whether to deploy the base station or to deploy a UAV base station for temporary on-demand coverage. For example, like this. Moreover, the operators will have an opportunity to find an optimal position for these users to deploy drones or to provide a small cell coverage, right? Considering the backhaul, considering the user. Here, we have used two different types of the path losses. With the UAVs with the cellular network, we have used the traditional path loss model. On top of it, we have used an access path loss model that exploit the losses due to this depression angle theta. When we deploy the base stations for the users, we consider air to ground path loss model, where we look into this elevation angle, we look into the distance from the ground users, and then look into the line of sight, non-line of sight component. These models are very well known and available, and it's available in my recently published article. You can look into more detail about these path losses. Let me give you an example. Towards the user, right? We can use deep learning techniques for complex radio environments. It could be a big requirement. Now, coming to an end, here are some takeaway points. You can think about like self-organization in UAV networks or airborne networks as an open research problem, and artificial intelligence enabled enhancement can deliver intelligent network and services, customized network and services to the users. UAVs together with the artificial intelligence is a brownfield solution. That means that the non-terrestrial networks, non-terrestrial networks can join the key players of the 5G communication for immediate impact when we integrate or exploit artificial intelligence or machine learning to meet the demand of the global connectivity and accelerate the use case of the UAVs for the future networks. It's an interdisciplinary research domain where we require an effort from multiple disciplines, such as value-based design and infrastructure for social innovations, as I've spoken earlier, and use of control and robotics and trajectory planning, and some regulatory efforts would also be required here, but of computational resources for AI and artificial intelligence to be used effectively in this particular research. I have published a number of articles in this particular domain, whether it's related to flying platform as a airborne SON network, or flying platform as an access network or a backhaul network, or flying platform as a front haul to the small cells. And I'm sure that you will find these publications online. And if you are interested in our research, feel free to email it to me. I'll be very happy to discuss with you any issues or any problems that you may have. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation. Thank you, Professor Shakir, for this very detailed and very interesting work. I see you've been working in many fronts of the wireless communications, 5G, 6G, high altitude platforms, Internet of Things, so all the hot topics, let's say, of wireless communications. How do you think that this could possibly, let's say, be applied, or I mean, which are the steps forward, let's say, for this technology to help the digital transformation of Africa in general, and maybe the rest of the world, rural areas? It's not just Africa who's wanting digital transformation, but I think the whole world. So what do you think is the next step forward? And before you answer this question, I have also another question from the audience, which you might want to answer that first, which is regarding the simulations. Are simulations used beforehand to train reinforcement learning algorithms for detecting bad network coverage spots? And what assumptions are made during this?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Konstantinos, and thank you very much, audience, for these questions. Let me answer first question first. So from my side, the next step would be to move towards negotiation with the different stakeholders. Like it is very important, as I said in my conclusion, value-based design to innovate the social problems, right? It is the next step actually for us to take forward. So we need to discuss, I think, what are the issues for the consumer, for example, for example, infrastructure providers, retail sector, vendors. When it comes to digital infrastructure, you know, we need to talk to the vendors. We need to talk about the research as well, where we are in terms of you know, future looking requirements for the particular geographic region, for example, African region. So we must look into all these stakes actually and bring them together and design the future services together as a co-design process. This exercise, I think, needs to be done now as a very important factor, so that we know that whatever product would come would certainly address the issues that we have. For example, in African region, as I said, given an example, we particularly need to think about how we can provide infrastructure in a cost-effective manner. We don't need to perhaps dig down the fiber across the continent, in African continent. It would be very expensive. I mean, looking at the population and looking at the countries and looking at the unavailability of the you know, submarine cables to the landlocked countries, you know, in the Africa continent, for example, you know. So we must need to come up with the cost-effective solutions, such as, you know, Facebook project, I think, has become very popular. And the main reason for that is that they address the problem, you know, the challenges that the community is facing. So similarly, I think when we are trying to look into use of, when you're trying to go forward, I think the number one idea over here is that to involve all the stakeholders addressing the problems, and then use data, like for example, data about the requirements or data about the needs for the users, and then exploit these emerging tools such as artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques to deliver the customized solutions to the consumers, right? So whether it's a retail sector who is monitoring their consumption, or whether it's a entertainment sector who is looking forward to deliver the content digitally across the country in geographical regions, or it's any other sector, education sector or healthcare sector, who want to know that where you can monitor the patients, for example, you know. So we need to look at the data, like we need to look into the requirements of the data, and then deliver interventions and deliver the services or digital services as per requirements. We do not need to provide, same service to everybody, whether they need it or not, right? So I think we can use these tools, artificial intelligence and machine learning, to deliver just required services so that everybody get what they're after, right? So there's understanding the requirements, and then once you understand the requirements, by bringing the stakeholders together, then you can apply advanced tools like machine learning and artificial intelligence to deliver the customized solution. It's not going to be easy. I think it will take some time to happen, and it is very important that African continent, in the African continent, the regulatory bodies work towards it. Like, it's a significant challenge, you know, for artificial intelligence to make sure that you do not have wrong data, or you have maybe synthetic data, a lot of synthetic data. Then you may get some biased decisions out of it, right? So it is significantly important.
Can I interrupt you here for a minute? Because
sure.
The questions here is, how do you plan to gather the data to apply AI ML, and referring to basically to the unavailability of the IT providers by operators?
Yes.
So how do you,
So when I say that it is significantly important, thank you very much, Constantinius, for that input. Actually, when I'm saying that there's a huge need to provide the frameworks for artificial intelligence, and those frameworks, committees, or regulatory bodies are then responsible to generate unbiased data, create repositories, take care of anonymity of the users and consumers. You know, there are lots of issues that we need to address before we exploit that data. For example, in the UK, we are using healthcare data, but healthcare data must be used after anonymization of the patient's identity, you know. So there's a huge concern about the privacy and the security of the data, right? So we need to have these bodies in the African continent as well, among the countries and as a continent, who can work along these frameworks and address certain challenges. It's not going to be easy to collect the data about the consumers. For example, the mobile users keep sending the RLF reports and data information about data rate to get services they get at the geographical positions, but GDPR is not involved in there. You cannot have an access to that data. So you need to work along with the operators, with the consumers, to get the right consensus to achieve the data, to get the data, to have an access to data. Otherwise, your machine learning algorithms, the automation process would fail, would not work, right? So I don't see that this process is going at a fast pace. I think things are evolving, things are working. We do have that data available. We have a healthcare data, for example, is storing in a cloud, is storing in a central processors in a hospital. I'm sure similar is the process in healthcare sector in African countries as well. And we do have data about the mobile operators, but we do not have, we are not ready yet to share those data among the stakeholders. We're not really there. So there comes the role of regulatory bodies, politicians, government bodies, strategic bodies, to build the framework and understand the ethics of AI. It is significantly a challenge at the moment. And this is the very urgent step that the communities and the countries or the government need to work to address the ethical issue of using the data. Data is there, right? But we need to come up with a joint framework that would allow to use the data ethically. Right, so this is going to be the immediate step for me.
Given that we have limited time, I would like to thank you very much for this excellent presentation, this work. I wish we had more time, and I would like to wish you all the best with your research work. I would like to inform our friends, because we have quite a few more questions, but we don't have time right now. I would recommend them to contact you and personally, and I think we will have your contact detail which is somewhere on our website.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
yes, ask you the questions directly. So thank you again very much for this again excellent presentation. And I would like to welcome our next keynote speaker, which is Tomas Lamanauskas, managing partner of the Envision Associates. Tomas is a managing partner of the Envision Associates, a public policy, regulatory, and strategy advisory firm. He has also been nominated by the government of Lithuania as a candidate for Deputy Secretary General of the International Telecommunication Union for the 2022 elections. His experience in telecoms and digital policy, regulation, and strategy includes positions of member of the board, CEO, Deputy General Director of National Communications Regulatory Authorities in Europe, the Middle East and Caribbean, and Senior Government Advisor of Information and Communications Technology Policy in the Pacific. He also served as head of corporate strategy, as well as special advisor for crisis strategy, COVID-19, and partnership initiatives for the International Telecommunication Union, and group director of public policy at Vion, a multinational technology and communications company. Tomas has master's degree in public administration in Harvard University, leadership and strategy at London Business School, and telecommunication regulatory and policy at the University of the West Indies, and law at Vilnius University. So again, thank you, Tomas, for being here, and we look forward for your presentation. I think you have to share your screen.
Yes, thank you, Konstantinos. So thank you, Konstantinos, for this great introduction. So I'll share my screen in a minute. So and actually I hope also my presentation here will be the continuation in a way of the presentation that we just heard from the previous speaker, because it will also talk quite a bit about the different technology platforms in a post-COVID context. So let's just let me kind of set me up just 1 minute. Okay, just 1 minute. Let's share screen, and now we're here, and I hope
we can see your screen now.
You can see my screen. Okay, just 1 minute. So okay, so if you can see my screen, I think I then can proceed. Okay, so thank you very much, Konstantinos, and thank you very much again, everyone. It's really a pleasure for me to be this meeting, and thank you very much for invitation. So my presentation today will actually cover different aspects of the connectivity in our we say wake of COVID-19, because it's still too brave to call it post-COVID-19 world. So I still call, because we're still kind of going through transition, and we hope that we'll finish the phase of response soon, and we'll go to the phase of recovery and rebuilding. But there's still the way to go, clearly. Just 1 minute. Okay, just 1 minute. One sitting up, I think, and okay. Now, okay, with that, I'll proceed. So what we'll cover today. So we will cover, why connectivity is important. So we will see this on the screen, but why connectivity is important. What was the immediate response of the operators and countries to COVID-19, and what are the longer term issues that are emerging? And some of those will overlap with, again, what Mohammed presented previously, and then leaving you with some of the concluding thoughts. So, importance of connectivity. So if we ever doubted that connectivity in COVID-19 world is important, the connectivity is generally important for the world. So I think COVID-19 showed that it's definitely, there is no doubts there. So that we all dependent to lead our lives as normal as we can. Like normal lives is probably a very big stretch still, but as normal as we can, only if we have digital connectivity available. And we saw that with some numbers, that importance with some numbers very starkly when COVID started. So from the surge of internet traffic by 40%, in the first, basically in the first quarter, of the lockdowns. And then we saw that people who were supported by broadband could still continue working, and that's around 20 to 40% of the workforce. We still saw that people who were having access to proper internet were able to continue studying. But again, what UNICEF says, that nearly 2/3 of the people, to the children, are not connected and didn't have that luxury. And on the kind of more macro level, we've seen and studies show that countries with a stronger connectivity were able to mitigate more of economic damage. And that's also very much in line with the previous studies done on SARS epidemic response and SARS situation. And now the recent studies done by TU and Professor Katz demonstrate that this also holds true with COVID. At least that's how early data shows. So the connectivity is super important in the wake of COVID-19, but of course we don't have equal connectivity, all of us, and that's the challenge. And the challenges, of course, digital divide, and some of those figures here on the picture we already heard so many times. We see such a stark use of internet difference between developed countries and LDCs, but this is just headline figures. If you look below the radar also, at the infrastructure level, LDCs, for example, have 9 times, one person or one user in least developed countries have 9 times less access to international internet connectivity than a person or user in developed world. Businesses in sub-Saharan Africa, only 7% of businesses or SMEs have access to the internet. And then, if we talk about about the stronger, and more robust connectivity, like fiber to the home, for example, in sub-Saharan Africa, at least the statistics I have, is sub 1% or 0.6% of people only have access to fiber to the homes. And with a stark contrast with OECD countries, where nearly 35% of people do. So actually, so connectivity is important, but clearly we don't have equal access to that. So my presentation here will mainly focus on what's happened generally around the world. It's not Africa focused, even though we are IEEE AFRICON, but I suspect that, having regard to this very tremendously strong lineup of the speakers from Africa, that I will definitely not outcompete this wealth of knowledge here. So I'd rather give insights from all over the world with a hopefully application to the Africa region. So, and hopefully that will give some hints or insights how also the digital divide issues could also be solved. But before we go to the kind of more strategic questions, the question is, what was the immediate response? And because the connectivity was so important, the surge of traffic was pretty great, and also redistribution of traffic was pretty important. So basically, especially in urban centers, the traffic shifted from, let's say, city downtowns or CBDs, central business districts, from more residential areas as people move to work from home and study from home. So what people and what operators and what policymakers did, and you can see there are a lot of response, a lot of things that's been done here on the slide, and I won't go one by one. I would use most probably the whole time of our presentation for that. I encourage you to check the ITU's Rec for COVID platform, which has over 500 submissions covering different responses and pretty comprehensive reports, including the report on pandemic and the digital age, which kind of summarizes these responses and gives case studies. But some of the things the operators did was expanding the bandwidth, reshuffling the bandwidth needs, but also with the help in many countries with the regulators who assigned additional spectrum on a temporary basis. Now it's that temporary assignments are slowly expiring, and South Africa just recently announced that their temporary spectrum assignments will also expire soon. Also on a traffic management side, there were agreements from the content providers such as Netflix to basically lower the lower the quality of the streaming, to also save on the bandwidth. So there are a lot of immediate responses there, but of course, immediate responses only tackle the immediate problem. So now stepping back, so we had COVID, very important, connectivity is very important. We grappled with immediate responses. And then what, however, in terms of a financial impact and in terms of a longer term business trends, where we are now and what longer standing impacts for the industry, both COVID-19 have and longer term trends. So first of all, where we are coming from. So telecoms industry, just to kind of put in a perspective, before COVID already, telecommunications global industry wasn't the most attractive industry to investors. And this you see in this graph, it actually outperformed a lot of other comparable, underperformed a lot of other comparable industries. We're not even putting digital sector here, which would be, would be stark, even starker the difference. And you see this, telco stock returns were pretty, were negative over the last periods. So the telecoms industry hadn't come into the pandemic in a great financial shape of being very attractive. And what did pandemic do to this? So first of all, at least initial reaction, initial impact was negative impact on operator finances. And we'll see why it's important, including except for Asia region. So it's not equally distributed, but also when you look down at the operator by operator level, it's again very unequally distributed. So some operators had pretty bad period and some operators have pretty good period, and that's kind of also important, that even though industry as a whole suffered, some of the operators had pretty good, had it pretty good. And now at the end of the year, when we see the results coming out of the whole 2020 and starting results of the 2021, actually some operators report, like Deutsche Telekom, Verizon, Vodacom, they report pretty good year for them, and industry. So industry was hit in the beginning. Some operators were hit starker. Some operators had pretty good time, but then also the end result is that I think all in all, the industry equalized and the financial effect wasn't that great. But what was the financial effect driven in the very beginning by? So was, again, was driven by such things as reduction and obvious things. Roaming revenues, because people traveled less. Equipment revenues, because people couldn't buy physically, especially in the countries where physical stores were the main distribution way. So people couldn't buy to stores and couldn't buy equipment. And so another thing is supply chain disruptions. So actually that hit on the revenues on that side. Prepaid, because people, again, in many countries pre-pandemic, it was difficult to top up online or without going to the store or going to the physical agents. So those revenues also suffered some losses, and as well as enterprise revenues, because again, companies were operating and not in a normal way, the business lines. So these are some of the initial aspects. Another aspect, interesting aspect from the kind of from the, let's say, changes in demand was that, and probably good aspect for consumers, not that great for operators, that affordability actually became better. So if you see, a lot of prices for broadband internet actually decreased, and with Africa being one of the leading regions in terms of a decrease, of course, because they use this, because of the pressure on operators from consumers who actually suffered also their own financial shocks. So operators had to lower the prices. That again is a double whammy to the operators, but then of course, longer term better for the consumers. Now in some regions actually the affordability is worsened, but that's because broadband prices actually didn't change while other economies, so GDP actually got down, or broadband prices didn't go down as fast as the GDP went, and that's why relatively became more expensive. So that's the effects of the shock to the overall system. One not very good, though, development here is for the longer term. And again, so operators have, didn't come into the pandemic in a good financial shape. They, they suffered financially, at least quite a few of them, even not all. And even those which didn't suffer immediately, didn't suffer at the end of it, suffered in the beginning, and situation was very uncertain. So they didn't know how bad it will be, put it like that. So what was the effect again? So it was a big effect on the investments. And if you see, even though across the world, capex, or operator capex didn't change that much, minus 0.2%, it becomes a bit worse situation when you look region by region. And then we see that while developed world operators managed to keep capex spendings up and even increasing, developing world operators actually capex decreased pretty starkly, with Africa and Latin American operators decreasing the capex spending the most by minus 7%. And that, of course, doesn't bode well to the future of connectivity, both in terms of the new technologies and extending of the current ones. So now, again, longer term impact, as I already mentioned. So in short term, we had a hit, some operators harder, some others not. In the long term, we have a stability. So at least that's what IDC predicts. So they say, okay, in 2020, after all, the revenues for telecom operators stayed pretty stagnant and then, but they won't decrease much in the future. What does it mean? One thing, so it's good, we didn't suffer that much. But then let's remember, telecoms industry didn't come into the COVID in a great financial shape either. So it's actually, we back to the square, not a great financial situation, even if not much worse. Okay, what does it mean? So that's a kind of pure financial situation in the sector. In terms of the deals, another trend financially or deal investment-wise, what we've been seeing over the last years, especially in let's say Europe, but also elsewhere, is a lot of deals on infrastructure being cut, and especially on fiber and towers, and in some ways, of course, data centers, but kind of my focus is on a more connectivity side. So, and this actually pandemic in a way, in the first run, interestingly made this deal environment more favorable. And I'll show later in the presentation, but we will see that actually quite a few investors became even more active during the pandemic. And why did it happen? Because what COVID-19 brought to the financial markets was very high volatility. So no one knew what will be the risks, and you can earn a lot, you can lose a lot, but also brought low interest rates because of the huge financial stimuluses by a lot of governments. What does that mean? That means if you have low interest rates and high volatility, that means infrastructure investments, which don't bring huge returns, but they bring stable returns, suddenly become very attractive. And so a lot of private equity funds, infrastructure funds started investing into fiber networks, in towers, in a physical infrastructure. Not that much, not as much in other parts of the telecoms industry, though. And that is a challenge, as we'll see later. Then, however, the question here is, will this last? And if you see BDO review of the telecom, the risks that the industry is facing, so the big risk here is most probably one that, the biggest risk, if you look at these graphs, is interest rate pressures. Because as you may know, following the financial news, actually inflations are rising, and with that, interest rates are pressured to rise. And if interest rates are pressured to rise, infrastructure investments suddenly don't feel as attractive anymore because the returns comparatively would not be that high. So therefore we will see whether that flood of money into infrastructure will continue, or will that now actually take a little bit of a turn. So okay, from financial perspective, industry not coming great into the crisis. Crisis hits it hard in the beginning, but not for the long term. And then we see the potentially in the beginning, some COVID-19 aspects making it environment more attractive for infrastructure investments. However, and we don't know whether it will last. So that's the economic financial side, technology side. So of course, and these are like a bigger trends as we all observe. So of course, 5G is something we're talking now about a lot, and deployments are continuing. We now have actually 176 commercial networks launched worldwide in 72 countries. These commercial networks are launched, and then actually 461 operators in 137 countries are investing. And things happening worldwide, and notably, in this map, Africa is still the most gray area. That means the investments are still least planned in Africa, but and then that's also another kind of aspect of digital divide. But another question is, what will 5G be used for? And that's still a very open question in terms of use cases. And I don't want, that's again, could be a topic of a different conversation, but the operators, if you look worldwide, they're investing in 5G, but they're still struggling to find how the money will be earned from 5G. However, there are two probably areas where use cases are clearer. So one is fixed wireless access. So as a possibility to actually provide, if not fiber replacement, but still, pretty high speed broadband services to the homes via 5G. So it's not mobile, but it makes a trick. So we have 63 operators in 34 countries investing in the 5G fixed wireless access of home broadband. But if you take LTE as well, which is here the whole map represents, you have 436 operators in 171 countries that invest in that. And you see in Africa, fixed wireless access is pretty popular, or at least well covered. And it's again, as previous speakers said, that fiber is not always needed, always the answer. So probably fixed wireless access could be the answer. In a way, as in the telephony world, the mobile wireless voice, leapfrogged fixed voice. So in many ways, wireless broadband, probably will also, it has a potential to leapfrog, fixed broadband, at least in some regions. So now another area where there's a lot of discussions about potential is about private enterprise networks. So that means the industrial companies basically investing into their own networks, so operators providing them their own private networks to manage industrial sites, manufacturing facilities, and logistics hubs, and all that. And this is interestingly, is really identified as one of the key use cases. And we have now 45 countries that are deploying 5G LTE private networks, with quite a few regulators now assigning special private network spectrum licenses, not only to the nationwide operators, but to third parties as well, or industrial players themselves. So that's on the kind of technology, 5G. Now, what other kind of things are happening under below the engine hood, if you will, that may impact how the industry is structured in the future? So one is that people expect neutral hosts to play a more important role. What does it mean? We'll see some of the examples of neutral hosts later, but it means the players which are not a retail or consumer-facing operators providing services or providing parts of infrastructure, including active infrastructure. So it's not only about sharing, it's actually about third parties coming and providing those services. So we had that for a while in the shape of tower companies, but this is now moving to other things as well. As you can see here, specific regional coverage, and we see indoor commercial property coverage, we see industrial site coverage, and so on. Another important aspect is how the technology is changing within the networks. So one is, of course, the much discussed Open RAN movement, which has a lot of aspects to that, from commercial and competition to geopolitical. But the fact is that when the ecosystem is changing, and with the predictions that Open RAN might overtake traditional RAN somewhere in 2007, 2008, Open RAN means that it's actually, so that radio access networks are provided using much more standard of the shelf IT equipment, much more elements of that, with a standard software, and in many cases, a lot of functions can be put on the cloud. So a lot of ways from the kind of this dedicated boxes that key vendors, one of the three of them usually would provide, to much more open ecosystem where different vendors can provide different aspects to the RANs, and operators can choose from them and integrate. The broader trend that's that is connected to that is the general cloudification, and also basically operators and operator networks are increasingly moving to cloud, and you'll see these things as network vRAN, or which is also one of the, let's say, versions or flavors of Open RAN, so virtual RAN. So moving RAN functions on the cloud is one, but then you see, but then operators go further. So the whole network function virtualization, where a lot of network functions are moved on a cloud, managed often by one of the hyperscalers or big cloud providers like Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, or Google Cloud, are being moved there. You will hear things like mobile edge clouds, so clouds as part of the radio access network. Again, and I don't want to kind of go in details in every technology, but cloud is becoming a big part of the network infrastructure, with big implications to how operators invest and what they invest, where the equipment is there, but also big implications to the regulators to understand how the networks are managed and what are the, let's say, points of control, what determines network quality, what determines traffic control and network operations, and so on. But but the part of the promise here is that also it's hopefully should decrease prices, should increase network deployment flexibility, and so on. Another thing that you hear a lot then about potential is that kind of a lot of activity in the satellite area and satellite industry, and especially on a lower orbit, so low Earth orbit or LEO, and middle Earth orbit or MEO kind of space, which of course promises fast, let's say, lower latencies, which means more suitable for real-time applications, and hopefully faster speeds. And you see people like OneWeb, Amazon, and Amazon Kuiper, as well as Starlink's or Elon Musk's SpaceX, investing a lot, launching a lot of satellites, sometimes hitting speed bumps as OneWeb in financial terms, but then being refinanced. So there's a lot of activity with promises to provide networks and connectivity straight to the devices, even, especially when you look at what SpaceX suggests, and some other even newer providers like IST and Science that promises to provide connectivity from the skies, 4G or 5G connectivity straight to the end user's devices. And that will definitely, hopefully, will increase coverage, hopefully will increase reach, but then at the same time, will impact the business models of the traditional operators, because they will have a new competitor. Now, how big will the impact be? So, ABI Research, one of the research houses, predict that it will be, that there will be around just over 5 million satellite broadband subscribers by 2026. So when you think about, that we need to reach billions of people, still 5.2 million doesn't sound as a big number. It's also because based on the fact that it's pretty expensive, so, if you talk about Starlink, you still need to spend around $90, if I'm not mistaken, a month to kind of get it. So it's not still like a affordability resolving technology, but it's starting to make a dent. And I think if it actually becomes popular, this could be inflection point where, it becomes much more universalized than that. Of course, beyond that, we need not to forget that still the most important international connectivity infrastructure is submarine cables, and 98% of all international cable traffic goes through them, and there's a lot of activity in terms of a deployment still there. So let's say we study geography, which one of the researchers houses that tracks that, sees that there is around 80 billion planned new cable investments over the next 3 years. And it's also suggested that around 380 new cables are being planned. So it's still a lot to strengthen international infrastructure and ensure that our, let's say, access networks, and international infrastructure are matching each other. But we'll talk about a little bit in a minute about industry structure and that. So financial trends, so not too bad, but not great, and kind of as always for the industry. Technology business model, so 5G, as kind of we all talk about, but then below the hood changes in terms of networks moving on the cloud and networks moving on a more standard IT infrastructure, but as well as developments in a kind of space sector. And what are those trends resulting in, or have been resulting in terms of a new industry structure? So I think this is a time we always talked about, when we talk about connectivity, we always kind of had this, if we thought about what is the face of connectivity, we always thought about telecoms operator, pick the one in a country. But I think the real situation is now much more complex than that. So there's some questions now when we look at industry structure that we need to answer is, first is who actually owns the infrastructure? And when you see, so this is just a map of Google submarine cables owned by Google, but if in 2012, only 10% of international submarine connectivity was used or owned by so-called hyperscalers or internet companies like Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Microsoft, in 2020, 66%. So that means 2/3 of international submarine connectivity capacity is owned by content providers, not telecom operators. And these are providers, and specifically these 4 providers, are becoming the biggest power probably in transmitting international traffic. And when you look at the satellite, it's also these similar guys are really coming in. So Amazon with this Project Kuiper, and then Elon Musk with Starlink. So these are the digital guys that now are basically investing a lot into the global telecoms or global connectivity infrastructure. Now, on the other end, on the infrastructure side, on a national infrastructure side, tower companies, and this is just a list of deals of one European-focused tower company. So this is Cellnex, and you see, this is a splurge of deals, in creating a huge European tower player. And now American Towers, with the acquisition of Telxius of formerly Telefonica, is now becoming like a big competitor to Cellnex. But you see there's now towers actually increasingly consolidated under the neutral tower players. We'll see whether this will not hit some speed bumps. We already have an issue in the UK where Competition and Markets Authority referred to the most recent Cellnex deal for more in-depth investigation to see whether that will not lessen the competition. But still, the trend was pretty impressive, and it doesn't seem to stop, because there's as well, financial station operators makes them look for the ways to extract cash for the future investments. And you see, while financial operators are not the most attractive stock, actually, tower companies are pretty okay, and if typical, and their kind of margins are much higher than typical telecom operator margins. And that's, of course, also attracts investors there rather than from telecom operators. So we'll see again what that will mean to traditional telecom operators and their investments. And if we look at the 5G, for example, developments, there are some reports that in terms of financial outcomes, 5G so far been very useful for tower companies, which need to build more towers, need to build more small cells, rather than telecom operators that need to invest in that without a clear business case still. Now, also who owns infrastructure, and you look at the infrastructure funds such as KKR, Macquarie, Blackstone, they're now becoming owners, and not only part owners, not only investors. Here I only put a few deals where actually they are majority owners. So with 60% of KKR ownership in the fiber networks in Chile and Colombia, also in such infrastructure investors, again, KKR and InfraVia in France and Netherlands becoming majority owners. So this is like, they're not only now the passive investors who allow operators to take a driving seat and take the returns, they're now actually the ones who are driving it. And of course, I will not have them put like a lot of other deals where they're taking 50% or less of the investment, but still pretty sizable ones. Again, who owns infrastructure? Are they still face of traditional telecoms operator? So another thing that's happening is independent networks, especially, you see in Europe but elsewhere. So, in UK it's shown, but also in Sweden, largest traditional telecoms operator, Telia, only owns around 40% of fiber connections. And in actions, places like Ukraine, the biggest operator only owns around 10% of fiber connections. So the market is highly fragmented when it comes to fiber, and there's a lot of players there. And of course, there's a lot of space for different players. And another part of the players that's coming in, especially in a city environment, and especially in the context when I spoke about neutral hosts, is so-called small cell providers. And if you see in Europe, especially places like London, dense places where when you want to deploy, microwave length, mm wavelength spectrum, like 26, 28 gigahertz spectrum for 5G, you have to do dense deployments. Cities cannot hold so much infrastructure. So actually, there is like the potential now for third parties to accumulate the demand of operators and provide for the city coverage. And you see those either totally neutral operators like Context, or some people like tower companies like Cellnex coming to that market as well. So again, you have when you see your cell phone, you'll see a name of the operator, like, whatever, Vodafone and or O2 in UK, but actually the service will be provided, active services provided by the third party like Context. They've enterprise networks, and I suppose that's kind of one of the brighter spots in the use case scenarios, but in terms of a bright spots for who? Because if you look at the recent trends, only 16% of the enterprise network deployments are led by operators, and 37% are by secondary suppliers, so independent IT companies and so on. And then again means for the operators, then it's like you can invest in 5G, doesn't mean that you'll capture the most attractive bits of the market. And the market is supposed to be attractive. Again, Rethink Technology Research predicts that around private 5G networks will be nearly 20 billion of the revenues in 2027, up from 1.5 billion this year. So market is attractive, but for who? In terms of the traditional telecom operators themselves, you see certain kind of movements as well to also tackle financial economic challenges, but to kind of find their own space in the ecosystem. So one is consolidation, with now regulators being like horizontal consolidation, with regulators, especially in Europe, being more amenable now to the 3 big players rather than 4, even though still trying to preserve as many players as possible. Like in the US, the operators were allowed to, like Sprint and T-Mobile were allowed to merge, but then Dish Networks are now trying to be like the 4th contender. We'll see how they will succeed, but still this trend for consolidation is there. And then another trend is for fixed and mobile integration. So again, this is like a list of the deals driven by different reasons, but actually also because the fixed and mobile networks, become much more converged, not only in the way of the service, but because how they're built. Because if you want to have a 5G networks, especially, and again on a on a higher frequencies, you need a fixed network pretty close to the small cell, to the cell. So that means, what differs between mobile and fixed infrastructure is only very few hundred of meters sometimes. So that means it makes sense to have more integrated networks. Another couple of trends below the hood is interesting. As one is, how operators are trying to unlock the value. And one way to unlock the value is voluntary separation in wholesale and retail. The most quoted example is Zeeshan, where they started in Czech Republic, now going through the Southeastern Europe, where they have other Zeeshan or PPF properties. And, at least this kind of case study shows how they really were able nearly to double the value. So of course, everyone is trying to kind of see if they could play the same trick, by creating a neutral wholesale providers and then competitive retail arms. And that, of course, again, kind of pushes that more narrative where industry is splitting vertically. So you have tower companies, you have fiber companies, now you have wholesale companies, you have retail companies, not necessarily. And then on the retail side, you have more consolidated fixed and mobile integration. And then you have fewer mobile companies. What else is happening in the news? So it's like operators, especially with these new trends, with the new cloud movements, and then how the technology of equipment is being developed. You see some of the operators becoming vendors as well. So Rakuten probably the most famous one, so Japanese new entrant, but who is now becoming one of the biggest Open RAN providers in the world, because they just bought or they integrated now Altiostar as well, one of the biggest players in that space, and have the suite of their services that they now sell to operators worldwide, using Rakuten's network probably as their own lab to kind of test the technology. You have other players like Reliance Jio of India doing the similar things. So while on the one hand, operators shedding like infrastructure, they're actually becoming, from technology side, integrating some other parts of technology like equipment expertise. So this is a new industry structure, a lot more complex, a lot more players, a lot more names, and we need, as someone who wants to understand how to encourage connectivity in that, it's important for us to understand that. Now, what's the role of the governments there, and how COVID impacted that? So first of all, I guess, as I said in the very, very beginning, there is no doubt that digital connectivity is now super important. And now all the kind of global forums of the world are rushing to affirm that, from G20 this year, which says that they will work to promote universal connectivity, to just recently, actually last Friday, announced UN Secretary General's Antonio Guterres' common agenda for United Nations, where one of the key objectives is to connect all people to the internet, and then to manage risks coming out of that. So clearly, on a global agenda setting, digital connectivity in the wake of COVID-19 is one of the key pillars of both response, recovery, and long-term strategies. And what countries are doing that? Regretfully, all these examples here are from developed countries, but they are investing a lot of cash into infrastructure. From again, pretty recently, just a few weeks ago, announced U.S. new infrastructure plan with a $65 billion investment into broadband specifically, to European Union response and recovery plans where 20% needs to be allocated to digital, and broadband is within that digital, but then you see some countries specifically allocating concrete money to that, like Italy and Austria, and like 5 billion of the UK. So these are like cash, so political will is there. Some countries are pushing cash in to support that political will, and that's probably positive. There's also recognition then to go further, universal coverage is important. There's also innovative strategies needed. And one of those innovative strategies is, it doesn't sound that innovative anymore, but like now it really is a big push, is as shared rural networks. So you see UK, Germany, New Zealand really pushing for, joint rural networks in the rural areas for operators to deploy together. In some cases, the government support, like in UK, government is putting £500 million towards that as well. Then municipal networks, and then again, we talked about fragmentation, and one of the fiber ecosystem with more independent players, and municipal networks are big now, and here is examples in Europe. In other places we talk about community networks as well. In this conference we're talking about TV white space driven community networks, and there's a lot of movement there, and it's clearly one of the potential to bridge digital divide. But we also need to understand that the community networks or municipal networks only bridge the last mile issue. They still need to be connected to the internet backbones, and the traffic still needs to be flowed through the submarine cables and so on. And this is still superbly important. So this is just a part of the ecosystem. One thing just before I finish, not to forget, is that strengthening connectivity is not enough. We need to make sure that connectivity is used, and that's often kind of and this presentation was about how to strengthen connectivity and what are the forces that will impact how connectivity will be strengthened in the future. Who will invest? How will invest? Who will have money? How the infrastructure will look like? But again, having access and having coverage is not enough. And as you can see here, there's so many people who have coverage of internet. Of course, the quality always is the discussion, but they don't use that. So demand side measures such as skills, content, and all that, especially when we talk about government policies, affordability, remains super, super important. So just to finish, and just because I know I've been talking very, very fast, this presentation will be available and my contacts will be at the end. But then also just to kind of leave with some takeaways out of that. So first, if we ever needed more proof, COVID-19 gave us all the proof we need that digital connectivity is crucial, and that without that, normal and participation in the economy, society, our communities is very, very difficult in the wake of COVID-19, but also in the kind of new changing world. The second, that ecosystem is becoming increasingly complex. We have hyperscalers or internet companies, you have infrastructure funds and private equity investors, you have independent fiber companies, you have tower companies, you have small cell companies, you have it all. So telecom operators are just one element of it, and governments is another element of it. So we need to kind of, whatever we do, whether we design interventions for the government side, whether we think of who to engage, we need to understand that we need to actually think of the whole ecosystem. Second is the financial outlook is not great. Operators haven't entered the environment in a great financial shape, and they're not exiting, much more harm, but they're still not exiting better. There were some opportunities. There have been some opportunities in terms of infrastructure investments due to this peculiar financial outlook of COVID, with the low interest rates and high volatility, but it's not clear whether they will last, and they don't seem to be equally distributed. Most of the investments happened in Americas and Europe. Africa haven't had that much of it. We see governments are stepping up, both from political statements level and putting money in, but do they everywhere? And that's another important question. And then the last thing is that we have an urgent need to prioritize overcoming digital divide. It has been there, it's stark. It can be starker from what you saw. It can get starker from what you saw from CapEx trends, where developed countries are investing more, developing countries are investing less. You see governments, most examples are from the developed countries, less from developing countries. We have these global commitments, but they're not always fully yet implemented. We need to prioritize overcoming digital divide before it gets more prominent and as it gets more consequential, because being offline now really means being disconnected from a lot of economic and social opportunities. So thank you very much. I hope that was useful as some of the views how COVID-19 impacts our digital connectivity in the wake of COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomas. That was a very interesting presentation and very interesting work that kind of sum up the global picture, let's say, of the spectrum share usage and the latest technologies. I have one quick question from the audience, from Dr. Zeeshan. What is your view on installing regional end-to-end 5G testbeds to accelerate innovative 5G applications in Africa? I'm not sure if that was actually.
Is this for me or is for the previous?
From the previous? It might not be, but anyway, okay, because I don't see the time stamp on this, but anyway, okay, yeah, for you.
No, I think, look, what I see and what we see more countries doing, I think we need, the technology needs to be tested locally, and technology needs to be adapted locally, because a lot of things, when we see, for example, enterprise networks, so a lot of that movement is in Europe. We see a lot of movement in places like UK, in places like US, both on the technology development side, application side, on 5G, and that's what drives application and that drives adoption. So then at the same time, we also realize from the places like India, we understand that a lot of the technology is, how to say, users are indigenous or local, so we need to kind of, and India is a great example how Reliance Jio just kind of, rode that wave of local innovation, and now everyone is looking at them, and everyone wants to invest in them, and they're now going again even the vendor route. So I think the fact is there that we need to, unless we have the ways to locally apply, locally test, have a local capabilities in the technology, it's very difficult to kind of expect great use of the technology locally.
Yeah, you're right. This brings me actually to the another point that we have several interesting presentations in our next session in the Maniara virtual room, Communication Networks 3, that we actually have a presentation on calculation of T-wide spectrum availability in Ethiopia, showing that there's plenty of spectrum out there for you, covering areas that at the moment they don't have coverage, and also how to employ novel resource allocation techniques using aerial platforms and T-wide technology, T-wide spectrum technology to deliver this, again in Ethiopia. amongst others. And there are other presentations on geolocation spectrum databases and so on. So that's in at 3:30 that session starts, but that basically comes nicely, fits nicely with your presentation and work.
Great, great.
I'm not sure if we have any other question right now, but I would like to thank you very much for your presentation, and I want to wish you good luck with your with the elections at the ITU.
Thank you very much, Konstantinos.
I guess the elections are not started yet.
No, it's still a year to go, you know. So I mean, campaigning, you know, ITU's campaigning processes are long, but we have elections 2022 end of September, early October, and really looking forward to the process to that, you know, because these type of conversations, this type of abilities to present, but also this time of abilities to listen, actually gives a lot of information, but that needs to be done at ITU, you know, because I think one thing is political side is to kind of get elected. I think much more important side is to kind of, you know, to see what are the issues that actually need to be implemented as a good policies. So thank you very much for that opportunity today to engage, to present, and to actually hear to some other presenters, and that will be very, very useful.
Thank you very much. And I would like to say that if we have a few minutes at the end of this session, I don't know if you have time and you want to stay around, please feel free to do so. We might receive more questions and maybe have a quick discussion with the rest of the keynote speakers if they stay around, obviously.
All right, thank you very much.
Feel free, whatever you want to do. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much. Good luck with the rest of the conference. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Tomas. So let's move on to our next speaker, Mrs. Linnea Bergman, CEO of Solar Bora in AB in Sweden. Mrs. Bergman is the CEO of Solar Bora in Sweden, providing the next generation solar home system to rural Africa, empowering women and driving sustainable development. She has a degree in Masters of Science in Engineering with a special focus on energy, environment, and management. And during her studies, she took 1 year off to be able to travel to Tanzania. And this sparked her interest for renewable energy for productivity, for productive use, where the power grid is not available. In 2020, she was awarded the Alumni of the Year at Linköping University, received the AFROSK scholarship, and Solar Bora won the Quality Innovation Award in the category Circular Economy and Carbon Neutrality Innovations from SIQ, Swedish Institute of Quality. Mrs. Linnea joined the startup company in 2017 and has been part of the management team since 2018. And during this time, Solar Bora has delivered their first system to Kenya, Mali, and Sweden to provide reliable and renewable electricity where it is most needed. Linnea aims to ensure that Solar Bora is driving an enabling force to drive sustainable and profitable improvement of quality of life for the many in the Sahel region and beyond. Linnea, I would like to welcome you to our session and thank you for being here. I believe we have your presentation already sent to us, recorded.
That is right. Thank you for having me here. Before you start the presentation, I would like to take the opportunity to just say thank you for having me here. And thank you, IEEE, for a very good organized event. And I'm really impressed by all the previous speakers. So I'm happy to be part of this event. And I think that the presentation now will connect quite well to the previous speakers, both regarding connectivity, which is both enabled by power and it's enabling our solution. And also we touched upon payment methods that are available in Sub-Saharan Africa that are not available, for example, here in Sweden. So I think this is a very good connection to the other speakers. So let's look at your pre-recorded presentation and then we'll have some questions afterwards.
Excellent. Thank you, Linnea. Okay, we may start then.
During this presentation, I would like to address the issue of lack of electricity in large parts of the world and how that affects the quality of life. I'll tell you just how big this issue is and what problems it leads to for the people affected. Then I'll of course tell you about a solution that I see among many others. Somewhere in this, I'll let you know who I am, but that's not the most important thing. First of all, I would like to introduce Mariam from Mali, who's one of my inspirations and who is far more important in this context than I am. This is Mariam. I met her in her home just outside of Bamako when I went to Mali for the first time in 2017. Mariam lives with her husband and her 3 kids in a house without electricity, and she usually cooks their food over open fire. When we met, she showed me how the cooking is normally done in her home, and the picture you're seeing is from that day. She also told me a lot about life in Mali. Mariam spends a lot of time with taking care of the home and to cook the food for the family. Sometimes she's got gas available for the cooking, and then the cooking goes fast. However, most of the time she's using firewood or charcoal, and in those cases, each meal takes between 2 and 3 hours to cook. Mariam's kids have asthma, so she tells me that the cooking over open fire is a problem for them, and she also says that the smoke hurts the eyes. But after this, she tells me that if she's allowed to dream, she would like to start a small business where she can sell ice and cold drinks to people passing by and to iron clothes, because that's expensive. To be able to do that, she would need electricity, and of course, she would need time to run her business. So Mariam lives without electricity, and she's of course not the only one. So let's talk about energy poverty and what that is, because that's the case for Mariam. In 2010, World Economic Forum defined energy poverty as the lack of access to sustainable modern energy services and products. To be more precise, it's not only a matter of sustainability. Energy poverty can be found in all conditions where there's a lack of adequate, affordable, reliable, safe, and environmentally sound energy services to support development. Let's look at another definition. The share of households' expenditure covering the energy costs is another important indicator to point out energy poverty, where 10% of household income is a British definition of fuel poverty. And of course, this is the case for most of the families I met in Mali. A third definition is that energy poverty or fuel poverty refers to individuals, households, or communities that are not able to access and afford adequate energy or fuel for basic necessities of life, such as heating and cooling. In the case of Mariam and the family, this is a fact. During the hot season, which is really hot in Mali, the family often sleeps outdoors because there's no way to cool the house down. So on the picture, you see the 3 parts that contributes to energy poverty. So now we know what energy poverty is, and we know that it's a problem for Mariam. But of course, at the same time as I met Mariam, I also get to meet several other women, all telling a similar story. So I started looking at the facts, because I can let you know that I'm an engineer, so I wanted numbers. If we look at the whole world, there's around 40% of the population cooking food over open fire, which you can see on the right part of the screen. And this is problematic. As Mariam mentioned, her kids with asthma have a problem with this. And actually, there's around 4 million people dying every year due to household air pollution. And household air pollution is mainly caused by cooking over open fire and from the smoke from kerosene lights. Let's put that into context. 4 million people dying. That's more people than dying from malaria and AIDS combined every year. And another reference is that we at the moment have 4.5 million reported deaths in Corona up until now. That's 4.5 in COVID. We have 4 million dying every year from household air pollution. As you can see in the world, we have a bit over 10% of the population without access to electricity. They don't have any electricity at all. The rest have some kind of electricity. But let's zoom in, because the world is quite big. Sub-Saharan Africa is home to 3/4 of the global population without access to electricity. Let's look at that. Here, Mariam is one of the around 600 million people who don't have access to electricity, reliable electricity, and who's cooking food over open fire. So here on the right-hand side, you see that around 75% of the population cooks over open fire with wood, charcoal, or biomass. And in this part of the world, while the numbers of people without access to electricity has steadily declined since 2013, which is great, it's now set to increase again during 2020-2021, pushing many countries further away from achieving the goal of the universal access to electricity by 2030. This is due to COVID. So this problem is actually, we're going backwards. So now I got you worried. Well, who am I telling you this and why am I talking about it? And of course, I'll come to some kind of bright side of it all, hang in there, but I'll let you know who I am now. And this is probably the slide you expected me to start with. My name is Linnea. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be presenting here at AFRICON today. I'm one of the board members of the Swedish company Bora, and I've been running the company for several years. So what did I do in Mali 2017 and why I am here today? I'll tell you shortly about my background. I studied at Linköping University and I have a Master of Science in the area of energy and environment. So I have a background within economy, energy, sustainability, and what we call a system perspective. During my studies, I took a year off, I worked, and I saved up money to be able to go to Tanzania, because that's something I had wanted to do for a very long time. In Tanzania, I lived in 2 different places, and in common for both of them was that I thought English for most of the time, both to adults and kids. And I had quite much time to sit down and talk to the adults, and I learned a great deal. One thing that I couldn't really let go of was the very clear expressed need for real, reliable electricity, since many people in the rural areas didn't have access to the electricity grid. And I tried to put this into context in my everyday life in Sweden. What do I do every day that requires electricity? Well, I wake up in the morning, and first thing I do is to turn on the lights. I then unplug my charger from my phone, and I get up. I use the bathroom, and I wash my hands in running hot water. I then go to the kitchen. I turn on my electric stove, and I make my breakfast, which I, of course, store in the fridge. Then I go to work, and sometimes I go by bike, but sometimes I also go by the city buses that run on electricity in my city. At work, I make some coffee, I start up my computer, and I start working. None of this is possible without electricity, and this is just my morning routine. Well, so the technology is available in Sweden. It's working here, but it's not available in Tanzania at the time. So there's got to be something we can do about this. After my year off, I went back, I finished my studies, and then I did my master thesis. And I did this at Bora, which at the time was a newly started company. They had a small team of founders who all of them had other jobs and they had no employees. So after my thesis, I was one of the first employees of the company. So after my thesis, one of the first things we did, me and my colleagues, was to go to Mali to do tests on site of our really first prototype system. I'll show you a picture of it later. And we tested both, of course, the technology and what people thought about it. Is this even a good idea? Is this a solution that people want? So that's when I got the opportunity to meet Mariam and a lot of other people on site to better understand the life today and if this actually is a solution that's helping. And Mariam was one of the women who got to test to cook with an induction cooker for the first time. And the response from her and the other women was incredible. So of course they liked it, but then they also had a lot of thoughts about what they could use the electricity for more. And I got the sense that these people are really innovative and they find solutions. So a system similar to what we brought with us would affect so much more than just access to electricity and clean cooking. It would give better health with the cooking, but it would also give better economy because they would start micro businesses. They would start earning money. So what are we doing at Solar Bora? I'll show you this slide at first, and then I'll show you a video. So we provide what we call the next generation solar household system. And normally when you talk about solar household system, you see the size of them on the screen right now. There's small 12 volts solar home systems, and they're made to run some lights, mobile charging, maybe a radio, TV. And this is the first touch of electricity, which is crucial. But then the next step is power for productive use, and then you need a larger system. With this system, you can run induction cookers, but you can also plug in any other appliances like a fridge, a freezer. You can iron clothes with an iron, or you can plug in a drill, and this enables productive use and the ability to earn money. Our idea is primarily not to sell this quite expensive system as a product to the users, but rather provide electricity as service. Here in Sweden, we pay to use the electricity grid, and it should be possible for people without the electricity grid to pay for electricity in the same way. And here's where Sub-Saharan Africa has come so much further than we have in Sweden. So in Sub-Saharan Africa, in, for example, Kenya, Tanzania, Mali, you have ways to pay with your phone. You don't need cash. You don't need a credit card. You can pay with your phone, with mobile money. In Kenya, the system is called M-Pesa. So you can use this to pay for your electricity to this solar home system.
In sub-Saharan Africa, more than 600 million live without access to electricity, which equals around 70% of the population. But 80% of the population still use wood and charcoal for cooking in countries like Mali and Burkina Faso. This leads to household air pollution, killing 4.2 million every year, and it has a double effect on greenhouse gas emissions. The devastating deforestation as a result is one of the biggest threats in the Sahel region. Around half the population live under the poverty line, and up to 80% get their income from agriculture, which only give money at harvest and is climate dependent. Yet solar household systems has focused on light, charging mobiles, and listening to the radio, and not application that can really achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. Solar Bora is the next generation solar household system, focusing on the SDG, helping NGO achieving their strategic objectives and households to improve their life in a sustainable way. First application is cooking and cooling. Replacing wood and charcoal with solar cooking means reduced deforestation and carbon emission, eliminated HAP and improved health for women and children, empowered women with 3 to 4 hours per day freed up for productive work. Second application is microenterprise. After cooking, there is still 1 to 2 kilowatt-hour per day left for the women to create sustainable and climate change resilient revenues. Unlike agriculture, you can harvest the sun every day.
So that's the theory of Solar Bora, and this is how it looks like on site. This is an installation at a secondary school in Kenya, where 1,800 girls live and study. And since we do some technology development of our own in the company, we can adjust the system to fit the actual needs of the customer and meet the needs from a scale of a household to an installation like this. The solar panels are then connected to a Solar Bora system. And on the left-hand side, you actually see the solar home system that we tested in Mali back in 2017, the very first prototype. On the right-hand side, you see a larger system delivered to Mali in this case. So the product is modular, scalable. So the content of these two are actually the same. You just have more units in the bigger one. So the small unit can provide from 5 kilowatts of power, and the bigger one can provide up until 20 kilowatts of power. And this is large systems for being solar home systems. It means that you can power several induction cookers at the same time, and you can power power tools or anything you would like, just as you do from the power grid. So we developed the technology, but even more important, we developed the business model. The standard for this type of system is to sell it upfront with possibility to service agreement. But as you understood from the video, most people cannot afford this. And that's why we're adapting to solar as a service, where the user pays for access to electricity rather than buying the system, which is similar to what you do when you have access to the power grid. You don't buy the power grid, you just use it. This is a classical circular approach where the responsibility for the product stays with the producer. It's not transferred to the family or the school or other customer using it, which drives us to deliver a product that lasts as long as possible, rather than something breaking when the warranty ends. And this is enabled by the pay-as-you-go solutions available in this part of the world, making it possible for the families to pay for the power they're using. So on this picture, you see Alice, who I also met in Mali at the same time as I've been meeting with Mariam. And she's telling me about what she would like to use the system for. And in addition to power induction hubs, several other applications can be used. They, both Mariam and Alice, say that they would like to sell mobile phone charging. Alice wants to sell ice cream or cold drinks. Both of them want to iron clothes, or Alice wanted to sew clothes, for example. So they will not only save money on reduced costs for firewood or charcoal, but they will also make money as they can get a second income. And since we at Solar Bora ourselves are quite a small company, and we're starting companies locally in the countries where we operate, and we work with local partners, of course, we have knowledge of running companies locally. Together with our partners, we will be able to support our customers getting started with their own micro businesses. If you feel that you want to work with us on this, just let me know and we'll sit down and talk about it. We're always looking for more partners with more competence. So it's time for me to round up. I hope that I've been able to share some insights, some inspiration, and some sense of urgency. Energy poverty is a problem, especially in the part of the world where we hold this conference. Reliable electricity is a foundation for development. Mariam and everybody else deserves a chance to pursue her dream of starting a micro business to actually earn money, and she needs a reliable power source. She also deserves a safe way to cook her food. And I just presented one way that will be possible. And I'm looking forward to see more solutions for this problem for the development to go faster. And if you want to discuss further, don't hesitate to reach out to us at Solar Bora. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Linnea, for this excellent presentation, excellent work you have been doing at Solar Bora. I would like to probably say this technology is really interesting, not just for Africa, obviously, but I think for the rest of the world as a way of trying to make use of the solar energy and into our everyday life. And this is something actually that will be very useful for us in Cyprus, because we also have sun every day, all day, most of the year round. So yeah, we're struggling to basically integrate the current solar panel network into the grid with the rest of the electricity grid, which is quite, let's say, takes time and regulations, and you need a specialist to come and check. It's not really modular, as you said, and plug and play and makes it work. So one question from, well, we have a few questions. We have one from Fiser Ahmed Kuria. Dr. Kuria asks, can you integrate your solar power for the home towards green networks powering the network devices in rural areas? So can you integrate your solar power for the home towards green networks? So maybe use this, I don't know the power output and how much power it can support. I guess it depends on the device and the type.
Yeah, you're right. So the power output depends on the size of the system, and as I mentioned, it's scalable. So it can either be for just one household or a couple of households, so they can power induction cookers or appliances for their home, but you can also scale it up for smaller industrial applications, such as a school or a small industry.
Perfect. Can I ask how much does it cost, like for a small household to run this, or actually to purchase it?
Yeah, it's a relevant question. What we've seen is that it is quite an expensive solution. We've tried to aim for not using the cheapest versions, but rather making a system that lasts as long as possible. So that's why we're actually adapting to not selling the system, but providing solar as a service, so that the households can use the system and they pay for access to electricity, just as they do with the power grid, rather than buying a system upfront, which means that the ownership of the system stays with the provider, meaning that it's useful to have a system that lasts for a very long time, rather than something breaking when the warranty ends. So we normally are not trying to sell the system to the households.
Yeah, but someone has to buy it. So in this case, the provider will have to buy it, and maybe it's a local provider, maybe someone in a village or maybe in a city would like to start up a business. So it's something which is, yeah, they have to do that.
Yeah. So then what we're doing is that we're partnering up, of course, with local providers and other larger organizations for funding for the first units, to make it possible to get the units out there and then get the recurring revenue from the systems.
Exactly.
So we would partner up with the local partners. And in addition to that is that we need the local partners to be on site, to have the connection to the family, to be able to do support and maintenance. And we're also developing the solution to not be produced in, say, China, but rather to be produced by our partners locally. So the development is made for local companies, for example, in Tanzania or Kenya, to produce them, to then be able to do service and maintenance.
That would be perfect, because they will now have to fix it as well if they know how to make it.
Exactly.
But Yeah, I mean, the other question in this case would be, I mean, if you try to sort of market it also outside Africa, maybe in Europe or maybe US or countries, if you mass produce it, maybe the price per item will drop down and maybe it would be more affordable for poorer countries.
Yeah, definitely. The economy of scale is a big factor in this. So in the ways we can distribute it wider, that's really, really useful. And that's what we're really looking forward to do.
Okay. Well, we are almost, I don't have any other questions for you right now, but we also have the other speakers, some of the speakers here, Professor Shakir and Mr. Lamanauskas, well, Tomas and Zeeshan. I call people with their first name. Yeah, so Zeeshan presented us, he gave a very interesting presentation on the technologies that are currently available on 5G, Internet of Things, drones and UAVs and high altitude platforms that can provide communications for areas, hard to reach areas, underprivileged areas. And of course, Tomas looked more on the regulatory part of how to do that and what sort of economies are out there that can support this. But of course, you cannot do this without electricity. And if you don't really have the power to cook and eat and maybe listen to the radio, then communicating it's not as important. Of course, you know, people have been living for centuries. It's not like you know, they've been living on electricity and they don't live now. But yeah, I mean, if we want to sort of everybody to get everyone on the same speed regarding digitalization, then we have to start from somewhere. And electricity is very important. So one of the questions that Dr. Mercuria asked, which was important, is whether we can actually use this technology maybe to power up some of the base stations, the 5G base stations, or maybe other systems. But this is actual technical stuff. Maybe you can answer later, or maybe he can contact you directly. But I have a few questions.
The short answer is yes, you can power them, absolutely. Since they need off-grid power. That's what we do, and a lot of other players as well, but that's what we do. But he's more than welcome to reach out afterwards. Okay, I will pass your message to him. I'm sure he's listening actually. But so I have a question for Professor Zeeshan. One of the problems on AI, we said that is the data. Yes, that was a question that you have answered. One question from Aristotelis Charalampous. He asked, are simulations used beforehand to train reinforcement learning algorithms for detecting bad network coverage spots? And what assumptions are made during this? Yeah, what are the impacts on UAV mobility regarding the Doppler effect on the network connection reliability? And what sort of possible issues for IoT technologies such as LoRa with joint concept? This is from Emmanuel Migabo. I can repeat the questions if you want later, but yeah, these are the two questions for now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Konstantinos. I think there have been very interesting talks by my colleagues over here. I think that was very good to know and stay online with the conference participants. I'll take up that question. I think what I can remember, actually, the one question is about the turbulence and Doppler effect when you use UAV. I think it's quite natural to think about what we are talking about, like UAVs and flying platforms. They will fly, and when they fly, they provide the connectivity to the ground users, and it's very natural. You can imagine there will be a Doppler effect, and particularly when you're looking at millimeter wave together with the UAVs or these flying platforms, there will be a pronounced effect due to Doppler, due to their movement. What I'm saying over here is actually my particularly point and opinion on this particular matter is we are not anticipating these UAVs would fly all the time, right? So they will fly to a certain position, they will fly to a certain location wherever we require to pop up the network. You can imagine a network being pop up, okay, wherever you want them to pop up or show up. The beauty of this, the key selling point for this UAV is they are flexible. They can go anywhere as far as they have a battery, they have a trajectory, right? So they can go anywhere, but they're not necessarily all the time flying. They can latch themselves wherever. I mean, the facilities will be there in future cities, and African continent is a great example where infrastructure is being built up, right? So we can build up the cities, and we can build up our street in a way. There are latching platforms for these UAVs, for these small UAVs, where they can latch themselves, sit there, and provide the connectivity to the users on the street or the passerby. If they are flying, of course, definitely there will be a Doppler effect. We need to look into the effects and how we can reduce it. There will be some losses due to that, and there will be some consequences to that. But I'm not anticipating they will continuously flying and then provide enhanced amount of degradation to the network performances and all that. As far as concerned to the high altitude platforms, I think they are pretty much more stable. The higher you go, the more stable you are. Okay, less turbulence, like 10 kilometers. Like if you fly above the height where commercial airlines are flying, then there will be much less turbulence. That's the reason the Facebook guys, Aquila fly more than 10 kilometers above the sky. Okay, so that means they are much more stable at that particular space. There are less turbulence there, less number of the clouds and all that. So this is the Doppler effect answer, Konstantinos. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, I would like to add something on what you have just said. So, especially with drones and UAVs, you get this temporary service, but it's very important for areas like Linnea just presented. For example, that you have schools, primary schools, high schools, that you want to provide connectivity only for a few hours, and then you have also electricity for a few hours just for the duration of school, maybe that will provide internet connectivity service, maybe for the teaching hours. I mean, if you can provide later at home, that's even better, but you have to scale up and gradually set up the network and the system.
Absolutely. So, yeah. I think what my earlier presenter, what Linnea has been talking about in provision of energy, it has become more significant for these type of solutions, what we are talking about. I mean, it's a great synergy between these technologies. I mean, when you fly the drones, you let them sit or position them wherever they have energy. You cannot fly drones. I mean, you cannot provide connectivity if you do not have a battery, right? And you not anticipate, like these big lines, that grids, they will travel all the way wherever drones will fly. No, right? So you can think about like these kind of robust solutions, flexible solutions when it comes to energy. When you need them, when you fly the drones, you can maybe place them wherever these solutions are available, energy solutions are available. And one of my slides, I said that it is very important that we place the drones considering the availability of the energy as a resource. We need to know their states, energy states, right? And we place them accordingly, right? Because this is the key. Right now, technology in the energy domain, I mean, like battery for the drones is progressing a little slower. So like, for example, roughly, I mean, we could hardly maximum fly the drones 40 minutes, with the battery available. But that won't fit for the purpose actually, so we need these kind of solutions that would complement the idea. So do you mind if I take up the next question, Konstantinos? Do you have time?
We have only just a couple of minutes, so if you are
okay, right. Then I would say like that was a very valid question when one of the speaker, the audience, actually they were asking about the simulation settings for the drones when they fly. So what we assume that we deploy a number of small cells based on random distribution following the mathematical model, and then we deploy them after deploying them using PPP model. Actually, we calculate their path losses with the drone, with the tower. Okay, whenever drone go here and there, right, left, up, above. So they calculate, drone fly as a user, and whatever path loss they experience based on terrestrial path loss, and as I said before, enhanced path loss due to divergence angle. Okay, so whatever path loss they follow, like when loss in energy with the distance, with the tower or with the small cell, we calculate their signal to noise ratio. And once we know their signal to noise ratio, we can find and compare whether it is below or above the threshold. If it's above the threshold, we will say its coverage is fine. When it's below the coverage, below that particular 7 dB threshold, which is a standard as per the 3GPP model, then we'll say that this is a poor coverage area. We have used reinforcement learning. So every point they are looking for reward. Reward means whether the SINR is below the threshold, above the threshold. There are more details available. Like the implementation, the heuristic algorithm that we have developed in our paper, research paper. And I would really encourage that audience to please look out. And if you have any question, please feel free to ask me.
Thank you, Zeeshan.
I think there was a third question as well, Constantine. There was a Doppler question, there was this question, and there was a IoT question.
Yes,
something
exactly.
Like that.
Very, yeah.
I can briefly say something actually. What was that?
Well, you have tough audience, so of course. We have very good speakers and we have tough audience, so it's a good discussion. So
yeah, I think the question was that I've answered the mobility question. I've answered the Doppler question for Constantinos, right?
Yes, you answered that.
And
I think
I've
you answered
what was the third question? I forgot completely. Oh yes, how do you plan to gather the data, right?
You already answered that.
Yeah, I've answered that. Yeah.
Yes.
And simulation, I think I've said that already. We have used Python programming. Machine learning algorithms are, typically available. The Q-learning algorithm, reinforcement learning, we have used. They are pretty much known to everybody to use. So we have used that. There's nothing else. We have used exceptional simulation platforms. We are generating the data from simulation scenarios. Like, as I said to you, we are using mathematical models to deploy base stations and calculate their signal to noise ratio, considering the interference from other non-serving base stations. So we are calculating them in a simulation scenarios. We have implemented the solution in Python programming.
Okay, so we have basically reached the end of our session. I would like to maybe end this session with just a sentence from each of you. How do you see the digital transformation of Africa in general, or how do you envision that from the point of view of your research and or your work? Linnea, I would like to ask you first, since you were the last one. Maybe you can go first for this.
Absolutely, that's an interesting question. From my point of view, I think that the digitalization and the access to power in grid or off-grid power has to come hand in hand, because you need both of them to work together, and you need the development of both of them to go as fast as it's possible, because this is the way for people to be able to develop their lives, to start earning an income, to get information. So the combination of these two are really, really important, and it needs to go as fast as it's possible in any way. And I think the government needs to focus on this. It is a big problem, but there are a lot of great solutions to it.
Thank you very much. Very useful.
Thank you for having me here.
Thank you again. Tomas?
Thank you very much. It's actually, I think it's a rather crucial moment, for Africa in terms of that there's a risk that digital divide will even widen and will be left behind, but there's also a lot of opportunities there to be tackled, in terms of financial flows in the current economic environment, in terms of technologies, new technologies that's now booming and can be used. But I think it's important what I answered also in your question before, this homegrown will and homegrown innovation and homegrown ability to kind of bring it home. So I think it's a huge, so there is, if nothing will be done, there's a huge risk to be left behind, and it will become more consequential and more prominent. But I think it's, if the current opportunities will be jumped on, I think there's a great opportunity to leapfrog as well.
Thank you very much. Yes, you're absolutely right. So, and Zeeshan, finally?
So I would say my stake would be that to exploit the artificial intelligence or machine learning, the automation tools to create opportunities for digitization in every sector in the continent, in the country, and around the world. Our global agenda is bigger on the table, actually. Like, as I said before, United Nations has set aside some 17 SDGs that we need to target. And it's not going to be easier when we are looking at automation in these processes. It is significantly important that we take some actions and bring some stakeholders from the countries, from the world, to come up to the conclusion when it is coming to data collection, data generation, and use of those data for automation when we are creating opportunities and providing solutions for digitization in our society, in our economy, or in other application sectors.
Thank you very much. I totally agree with what you said, and basically, the only thing I would like to add is more for the education part, and that we need to educate the younger generation and to be able to take over and to be able to, let's say, catch up in terms of the technology and be able to deliver, especially in developing countries. But yeah, before we do that, we definitely need to work on our work or research. So I encourage all of you here to keep doing what you're doing, and hopefully we'll see you again in the near future, in person, hopefully. So stay safe, everybody, and I would like to adjourn to finish this session, and thanking everybody here being here, and thank everybody for their excellent presentations.
Thank you very much.